They say there are two kinds of people in this world: those who find themselves and those who create themselves. Are you looking for purpose or deciding it for yourself? Will you plunge waiting for someone to catch you, or will you jump and build your wings on the way down? Seek a path or carve a path. Wait for the future or build it. What is a school but a set of walls waiting for greatness? And who are you but someone destined to achieve it? Here, between the street and the jungle, against time and tide, we push and pull just like the currents. Our ocean of dreams will meet the odds ahead and rise above it all.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Social Work Regional Training Conference presented by the National Association of Social Workers, or NASW Guam chapter. My name is Amanda Bloss, and it is my honor to be your MC today. Before we begin, a few housekeeping reminders. To maintain the quality of the virtual event for all attendees, we ask that you please keep your microphones muted and videos off during this part of the conference. If you have any questions for our presenters or thoughts you'd like to share, we encourage you to share them through the Zoom chat. There will also be some time allotted after each presentation that is dedicated for questions and answers. Today's conference is being supported by the University of Guam Global Learning Engagement Team, also known as UOG GLE. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties throughout the conference, please contact UOG GLE directly in the Zoom chat or at 671-735-2600 or via email at uog.gle@triton.uog.edu. We also shared this contact information in the chat. Lastly, but certainly not least, we encourage you to join us during our lunch break for some fun activities provided by the University of Guam social work students. We now will open the conference with an opening blessing performed by Mr. Eric Borja, a University of Guam social work student, who is also with Lighthouse Recovery Guam. Thank you for that beautiful blessing, Eric. And once again, thank you for joining us for the 2022 Social Work Regional Training Conference, hosted by the National Association of Social Workers, or NASW Guam Chapter. It is now my pleasure to introduce you to the NASW Guam Chapter President, Ms. Teralyn Francisco, for her welcoming remarks.
Hafide, te mananasi duas todas hamzu. Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm Terry Francisco, your National Association of Social Workers Guam Chapter President, and it is an honor to welcome you to this year's annual conference, with the theme being Coping Through Crisis, Restoring Resiliency and Renewing Hope. I'd like to first start with a moment to recognize all of you, my fellow social workers, as we celebrate your service to our island community during our dedicated Social Work Month of March. As a Guahan social worker myself, I am so incredibly proud to be of a continuum of generations of prestigious, conscientious, devoted change agents throughout the many fields of our profession. As we gather virtually for the next 2 days, we reflect on our collective well-being and our continued capacity to work from a space guided by our professional values of service, social justice, dignity and worth of a person, importance of human relationships, integrity and competence, values that frame our engagements with our clients and each other to ensure the quality of our everyday work, values that motivate us to challenge the unjust, advocate for and protect the marginalized, and care for and provide resources to the underserved, values that inspire us to believe that our everyday actions, however small, contribute to a more caring and inclusive society, values that prescribe a better world for us all. Today we find ourselves dealing with the sustained impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the residual effects it's had on our social, emotional, and physical health, realizing our own vulnerabilities to grief, loss, and anxiety, facilitated by the constant need to adapt and deal with these new experiences. The closure of the war in Afghanistan and the more recently developed crisis in Ukraine unfold further and deeper questions of our island's role in the context of our greater humanity, with uncertainty and fear echoed in the voices of our clients. The rippled impacts of these global events are also evidence in the exacerbation of the complex and multifaceted needs of our clients and their families, widening gaps in systemic disparity and economic distribution that we work hard to fill as social workers. We are also finding ourselves in the uncomfortable circumstances of our own limited boundaries to the stress of our overall environments, with our needs growing every day for replenishment of the self as we struggle with burnout and fatigue. We make efforts to evolve, yet within systems that might not be as equipped for the kind of intentional change that we are seeking, change that is holistic and sustainable. So how do we reconcile this within ourselves, in our homes, and in our workspaces? How do we continue to build our own resilience and continue to move forward, especially within continued adversity? How do we ourselves make space to become the transformation that we are mostly accustomed to helping others achieve? Today and tomorrow, let's turn inwards and begin refreshed on this journey together, in support of and acknowledgement of one another in this space of safety that we create every year as a professional community. We are realizing now more than ever that progress is best when it is fair and equitable, with all of us rising together. Let's have the courage to be vulnerable, ask questions, engage in discussion, create new ideas, and at the end, find that unity may be our greatest resource in the cultivation of our collective and renewed sense of hope. On behalf of our Guam Chapter National Association of Social Work Board, we hope you enjoy the conference program for the next 2 days. Continuing education units will be made available to you at the end of the conference. A breakdown of these CEUs will be provided by our partners, the University of Guam Global Learning and Engagement Program, as their team will also be assisting with other logistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Terry, for those beautiful remarks. Before we move on to the next part of our program, we do want to just remind everyone of this minor housekeeping rule. As a reminder, the Zoom link you use to log in to the conference is your personalized Zoom link. We ask that you please do not share this personalized Zoom link with anyone else, as it is unique to your email and login. We do see there are multiple logins of the same individual, and we will be moving those additional individuals into the waiting room to ensure we maintain the integrity of the logins for the conference today. This year's theme is Coping Through Crisis, Restoring Resiliency and Renewing Hope. Over the last couple of years, our island and the world have faced unique challenges because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Undaunted, social workers have served as frontliners, responding to a multitude of crises, including displacement, economic hardship, violence, and loss. The theme highlights the critical role social workers play in rebuilding and restoring our community. Social workers are everywhere, assisting those in need on every level. They are truly the meaning of resilience and often serve as beacons of hope. Considering their tireless work and efforts, not just during the pandemic, but every day, this year's theme also highlights the importance of social workers taking the time to rebuild and renew themselves amidst the challenges they face in their profession. To talk more about building resilience, it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Bonnie Duran of the University of Washington School of Social Work. Dr. Bonnie Duran is a professor in the Schools of Social Work and Public Health at the University of Washington, where she also directs the Center for Indigenous Health Research. She has spent decades studying and teaching Buddhist meditation and exploring the connections between the Dharma and the indigenous wisdom of her forebears. In this presentation, Dr. Duran will discuss the connections between meditation and native ceremonies such as sundance. She will also share the Buddhist list of the 7 spokes of Satipatthana, of which she has studied, ending with an originally coined 6-word reflection for getting through challenging days. Please welcome Dr. Bonnie Duran for a keynote, Building Daily Resilience with Indigenous Wellness, Mindfulness, and Meditation. Welcome, Dr. Duran.
Well, thank you so much. I am so honored for this invitation. And that opening statement by the chair of the Guamanian Social Work Association was just brilliant. I mean, I thought it really was very, very moving. And yes, these are definitely very, very interesting times that we're in. Okay, so we can get started. May all beings be happy. We can just hold that as a foundational principle as we go forward. Next slide. So I'm going to be talking about coping through crisis, restoring resiliency, and renewing strength. And I'm going to be talking about, this epistemology of the global South, but I'm also going to be talking about indigenous ways. And I'm sure Guam has some really beautiful indigenous ways as well. And that would be definitely something to investigate. Next slide. So this is my social location. I'm a mixed race Native person. And, we know now that there's no such thing as knowledge or wisdom that doesn't have a social location. One of the conundrums of Western science is that it thinks that it's universal knowledge, but it's not. It's very culturally and geographically specific. Not that we don't like it and use it, but it's not the world's knowledge system. There's a lot of different knowledge systems in the world, and that's what we need to return to really have equity in the world. So I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm a first-gen college student. I went to UC Berkeley and San Francisco State. And just by some crazy coincidence, I went to Nepal in 1981 and started doing mindfulness meditation 40 years ago. And, mindfulness didn't get to be popular here, at least in the United States, until maybe 10 or 15 years ago. So I've been doing it a little bit longer. Okay, next slide. So what I want to talk about is, how did our minds get colonized, or what other injuries might be present? And I know that Guam has definitely had a very similar experience that U.S. indigenous people did, and U.S. African descent people as well. You know, we were definitely the target of colonialism. I think in Guam, there might have been less settler colonialism, but that's something to think about. Then I'm going to talk about indigenous healing and about neuroscience and self-directed neuroplasticity, which means how we can change our own hearts and minds to be healthier. And then I'm going to talk about regaining resilience and peace and wisdom. And then I'm going to talk about mindfulness and loving kindness meditation and make a connection to some really deep indigenous principles of well-being as well. Next slide. Origins of the medical industrial complex. I don't know if you and Guam are calling it that, but here in the US, particularly in social work, we're feeling the medical industrial complex because, you know, healthcare and health systems have been privatized and you know, to a big extent. So we know that the Western modernity coloniality episteme, or way of knowing, started in the 17th century with the European Reformation, the so-called Enlightenment, and the development of modernity coloniality. And modernity really was a partner to colonialism across the world and to settler colonialism. Philosophically, it decided that whatever the outcome that you want is, if you get that outcome, whatever you do to get there is okay. And culturally, it's assumed, it subsumed our cultural sphere under economics and state control. And sociologically, it was the rise of nation states for, you know, producing materials and for extracting labor. Next slide. There's 4 pillars of the colonial matrix of power. There's control of the economy. Back in the 14th, 15th, and 1600s here in the United States and across the world, it was land appropriation of indigenous land and labor exploitation of African people who are shipped to the US. And then control of natural resources, control of authority, the government, normative social institutions like the army, control of gender and sexuality. You know, we were thought primitive. Indigenous people in the US were thought to be primitive because we had a gender spectrum back in, you know, the earliest times of Western contact. You know, there was very 200, 300-year-old anthropology articles written about the gender spectrum within indigenous communities, and how we knew that we were nature and our control of natural resources. And then the final and probably really big one that impacts social work is control of subjectivity and knowledge. You know, what is knowledge and how is it formulated? Next slide. Here's just some examples of, you know, we are the legacy of some of the Western science that really was developed specifically to support colonialism and settler colonialism. This is an example of, you know, Western science and Western medicine that just wanted to get rid of, it was, you know, cultural genocide, essentially. Next slide. Here's another example of just how Native people in North America were thought to be, you know, were just characterized within science as just unworthy and, you know, not quite human. Next slide. And unfortunately, I bet you there's a lot of articles like this about Guam as well. I mean, look at these crazy articles, a comparison of the intelligence of Mexican and mixed and full-blood Native children. I bet you can imagine who the smartest people were in this article. It was the kids who were most quote unquote white or Western were the ones that thought to be the smartest. Next slide. This is just a few examples. I got these articles because the founder and chairperson of the Navajo Nation IRB asked me to get them to show people why they needed to have their own IRB review to approve research. Next slide. So here's an excellent, so I'm a big intellectual hoarder. So there are QR codes throughout this presentation, and I'm sure you all know how to use QR codes. You open your phone, open your camera, and just point the camera at this QR code and you will be taken to this website. The very wonderful Dr. Karina Walters, a brilliant Choctaw social worker, actually, created this real history of Native people through a Native lens. And you can see it going to this website on Native Philanthropy website. Next slide. You like me being an intellectual hoarder, yeah. Some key terms. So what are the terms that social workers and definitely the people that, we all treat, what are some of the things that are specific to being a person of color and a subject of colonialism or settler colonialism? What are some of the key terms? Compassion fatigue is really big right now. Moral injury, there's this wonderful, very short, I think it's a 6-minute video by Z-Dog MZ on moral injury. And then secondary trauma, stress, and vicarious trauma. I think we all have heard these terms. Next slide. And then, we know about historical or intergenerational trauma. And what is that? It's cumulative emotional wounding over time, over the lifespan, and across generations. I remember, this term was invented or was developed by a group of actually social workers and other community health workers that were able to get together through some conference funding by HRSA and SAMHSA, and they had the hermeneutical resources to figure out why it was that Native people had such large health disparities, rather than it being that we were genetically and culturally inferior, which was the underlying reason in Western science. It was because we were subject to 250 years of historical trauma, and that's why our health disparities were so large. That trauma is experienced individually and by entire communities over multiple generations. Family members who have not directly experienced a trauma can feel the effects of the events generations later. And when this first came out, everybody said, "Oh, that's Indian folk tales." But then the whole area of epigenetics came out and proved that this was absolutely true. Next slide. So this is a wonderful very short overview by a dear friend of mine, Tommy Lee Woon. And Tommy Lee Woon was a DEI consultant for many universities. He was also the chair, and him and his wife, Tommy Lee Woon and Thea Lee, were the chairman of the Somatic Experiencing Board. And I'm sure you guys know, so as social worker, your clinical practice, somatic experiencing is a body-based trauma relief system. And Tommy Lee Woon and Thea Lee put together this really excellent short bullet points about how prejudice, discrimination, and inequity gets trapped in the body. So what does discrimination and equity, produce? Sheer exhaustion, burnout, and overwhelm over the pervasiveness of prejudice, discrimination, and inequity. I mean, we saw that in the last 2 years, all of the killings, the killing of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and all of our other relatives that were just killed indiscriminately by the police. This really came out so much. Hopelessness, powerlessness, and resignation, a pattern of not speaking up followed by a sense of resentment, shame, self-blame, inability to recognize signs of resilience and resistance, and withdrawal from relationships in one's own community. Next slide. What happens is when we don't have historical trauma or, built up stress and trauma in our lives, what happens is we get, a threat or a stress emerges. We go into a brief flight or dissociation mode, and then we release the stress and we are back to relaxation and at ease. But when we are subject to historical and intergenerational trauma, there's so much trauma there that we get stuck in fight or flight or freeze or dissociation. And it's very hard for us to release and discharge and get back to being at ease. Next slide. So we get stuck in fight or flight. And, I see this a lot in my students, a lot. And for me too, I mean, I know sometimes just even one sentence that doesn't, sit well with me, or I will say one thing that isn't, how this wonderful first gen people might characterize something, and that will trigger a fight response. Like, rather than just taking it as one misstatement by me, or me taking what somebody else said as a misstatement, I will just get stuck in a fight mode, because it will trigger all the other trauma impacts that I never did respond to, that are just waiting there for responses. Next slide. And then stuck in freezer dissociation. I mean, I can tell you, I didn't even realize how much I was not speaking up until I became a full professor and realized that I didn't have anything to lose by speaking up. Oh my gosh. I realized how much I had just shut my mouth and not challenged, white patriarchy. Pretty much patriarchy is huge too, because I didn't want to impact my desire for promotion within, a very Western patriarchal system. And so I would freeze and dissociate a lot and not really challenge what was happening in the moment. Next slide. So what can we do about this? How do we really address all of this? What can we do out in the world, in our bodies and in our minds? How are we practicing with all of this? And what are we learning, and how are we growing? Next slide. So we know that physically and mentally, we have three fundamental needs. We have a need for safety versus contamination, disease, and death. Safety from COVID, safety from aggressive 2022 colonialism in our systems. We have a need for satisfaction. Where do we find satisfaction versus grief, loss, and pain? And where do we find our connection? These are the three fundamental needs of all beings. Next slide. So let's look at safety. What are some ways to address safety in our lives? Next slide. So one of them is to just realize that we can work with forgiveness and really speaking up as much as we can, but in a way that protects us from any further harm. And I love this forgiveness, and there's this forgiveness cycle from Desmond Tutu and his daughter. Desmond Tutu actually wrote this book on the forgiveness cycle. And as the person who helped overthrow apartheid in South Africa, he would know a little bit about forgiveness. And he talked about, if we can open to forgiveness and make sure that we're able to tell our story, name the hurt, and then grant forgiveness to who's hurt us, but it doesn't mean that we need to renew the relationship at all. So we can grant forgiveness to patriarchy, to settler colonialism, but refuse to engage with it as much as we can, or not to re-engage with it. And actually, I really love these COVID posters that the Seattle Indian Health Board here in Seattle, that's where I'm at, Seattle, Washington, has developed as a way to show, caring for ourselves means caring for our ancestors and caring for those Indigenous people who will come after us. I love this expression, be a good ancestor. I love it. Because of this, because of these messages, and because of our foundational principle of caring for multiple generations, Native people in the US anyway had one of the highest vaccine rates of anybody in the country. Next slide. One thing that we need to be really careful of when we're looking for our safety is that physiologically, our brains are always going to look for, our brains have a negativity bias, because of getting sticks was more consequential than getting carrots. Physiologically, we're always looking for harm in the environment. We scan for bad news and harm, we overfocus on it, we overreact to it, and we turn it into implicit memory. We make it stronger in our hearts, and it creates vicious cycles with ourselves and with others, and it sensitizes the brain to the negative. So, that's something that we really need to work with. Next slide. So one thing that we can do is actually work with self-compassion and taking really good care of ourselves. Get a sense of being cared for, bring to mind beings that we care about, and we find compassion for them. And then we feel what that compassion feels like when we give it to ourselves. Next slide. So this is probably one of the most important things I'm going to say through this entire presentation. It's within the last year. I actually taught a retreat in 2019, I think, or 2018 with Jon Kabat-Zinn, who invented mindfulness-based stress reduction. And he and I had a little bit of an argument in front of 100 people sitting this retreat. And the man, there was a monk who was also teaching the retreat, the Venerable Analio. And he and I became siblings at that retreat. He asked me to become his relative in the middle of my issues with Jon Kabat-Zinn. And he just wrote this wonderful book called Compassion and Emptiness. And this, if you scan that QR code, you'll go to be able to download that book for free. And he says something, all you have to read, in my view, as social workers, this could be very helpful, is the first chapter of this book. He says that when you are dealing with your own suffering, or when you are dealing with clients or patients that are suffering, if you want more insight or wisdom about suffering, you should think about what the cause of their suffering is or what they're experiencing. But you really don't need to in order to be helpful for them. What you can focus on is your desire for them to be free from suffering. You can focus on your own compassion for them. I care deeply for your suffering. May you be free from pain and suffering. And when you focus on that, you actually emanate an energetic field of love and compassion that actually feels good. So it will allow you to be with your clients and with the people longer, and it'll give you strength to be able to deal with all of the incredible suffering that I know that you were holding with your heart. So that's one way to really deal with it, is to just send metta to the people you're working with, and compassion. I care deeply for your suffering. May you be free from pain and suffering. May you be safe. May you be happy. Really develop that in your heart and rest in that, actually, because compassion feels good, and you'll be able to emanate an energetic field of something very positive. Okay, next slide. So I think that was the most important thing I had to say during this whole presentation. Okay, next slide. So the first one was safety. The second is satisfaction. And that's about really feelings of worth. So what we can do to feel worth is to really just acknowledge how much others, include, appreciate, like, and love us. Like right now, I am so appreciating you for inviting me to this meeting, and I'm feeling a lot of worth because of it. I'm retiring from the university this year. I'm 66 years old, and I feel like, I have contributed something to decolonizing, our hearts and our minds and our bodies. And that makes me have feelings of worth. And we can take an experience of all of us being capable and skillful and talented and helpful, and, having friends and lovers and families, to really take that in a lot more concretely than we, not have the negativity bias and worry about, what our sister didn't get us last time, but really just take in, our loved ones in a way that improves our feelings of worth. Next slide. Next slide. This is this is the same one as the last one. Yes. So gratitude and gladness. We can also take in gratitude and gladness. Bring to mind things that you received that you're thankful for, good fortune, the kindness of others. I mean, the fact that, all of us are at this conference, and that, brilliant social work chapter president and all of the people who worked to put this together, that was a lot of work, and that was a lot of kindness. And I have a lot of gratitude and gladness for that right now. We can just reflect on our gift of life and the universe and let gratitude sink in and spread inside of us. You know, that's a really big thing of turning a state into a trait. And that is going more deeply into these positive mental factors. But, you know, the guy who invented mindfulness invented how to do that too. And I'm going to give you some resources for practicing that. Okay, next slide. So this is a wonderful list of really positive mental factors. My sister actually teaches social work at Sitting Bull College on the Standing Rock Reservation. I don't know if she actually logged into this presentation or not. She really wanted to see it. And this is the Sitting Bull College list of a guide for students to follow in their educational journey. These really beautiful generosity, compassion, integrity, and patience, you know, to really notice when those are present and to strengthen those mental factors. Next slide. Guess what? That is also a huge, that is also a very huge principle of mindfulness meditation or Buddhist psychology. You know, I think Buddhism is a psychology because it's a brilliant way of bringing wellness, and there's no God in Buddhism. You know, there are angels and, you know, ancestors and around, but there's no God. So you can believe in any spiritual tradition and still practice Buddhist psychology. Anyway, there's this really wonderful monk, his name is Ajahn Sucitto, and he wrote this book about the 10 paramis, which are essentially the same things that are in that list of positive qualities that the Sitting Bull College people had: generosity, morality, renunciation, wisdom, energy, patience, mindfulness, determination, equanimity, loving kindness. And actually this book, you can, you know, take out your phone, put it up to your camera. You can download this book for free. It is such a beautiful book, and it tells you how to strengthen those beautiful positive qualities. Next slide. And then resources for connection. How do we stay connected? Next slide. So I like to think of ceremony. I'm not sure about ceremonies in Guam. I would love to go to some of them. Community and ceremony. So we know in the US, we have a lot of native ceremonies. I actually worked with Dan Dickerson, a wonderful psychiatrist at UCLA. You know, we know that our ceremonies are sweat lodges, and actually our research center here at the Indigenous Wellness Research Institute, we have a sweat lodge as part of our institute. We have dancing, singing, vision quest, humblecha, sundance. I sundanced for a dozen years on the Pine Ridge Reservation, drumming, rattling, meditation, and retreat. These are some of the ceremonies that we all do that really connects us to community. Next slide. You know, I don't know if this slide belonged here, but I can tell you, as someone who does practice mindfulness pretty regularly, you know, we think maybe as, you know, me as an old woman of color, I wouldn't have any unconscious bias. I see unconscious bias in this heart and mind all the time, every day. My partner, who's Japanese American, just broke his leg, and I've seen some parts of me that, you know, it's good for me to see just how mean I could be, because I feel like I got a third job as a home healthcare aide. But just seeing how much unconscious bias, you know, it's really good to see, and we all have it towards ourselves and towards our loved ones and others too. So that's an important thing to really take at. Next slide. And I think you could probably go to his training for free. He's got a lot of data, and he's not a researcher. He's looking for somebody to help him write up his data. If anybody is interested in working with Anu Gupta, he's a wonderful queer attorney from, his family is from India, and he is just a wonderful guy. He's actually a very deep mindfulness practitioner as well. And then there is a wonderful, right now, because of COVID, an international community of meditation practitioners. If you look at that QR code, there's a huge list. There's LGBTQ groups, there's women's groups, there's groups for people in recovery from substance abuse. and just a huge amount of free online resources for anybody to join this community as well. Yes, next slide. And then now let's talk a little bit about specifically the training of Indigenous presence or decolonizing all of our, our defilements and cultivating strong, wholesome qualities. Okay, next one. So we have two knowledge systems. I think probably in the Chamorro traditional understanding, this is something that's very well known, that we have two knowledge systems. We have our right linear knowledge system. We count things, we name things, we have concepts and ideas that essentially creates reality. But all of us beings also have an intuitive knowledge system. In Buddhist psychology, it's called Sati Sampajana. It's where wisdom is, and it's not based on concepts or ideas. It's actually where you can see the truth of things, how they really are. And mindfulness meditation essentially is the data collection for that wisdom knowledge system. It just collects how things are imperfect, impermanent, and impersonal. And then we have a big insight that is not in words and not in concepts. And that's what brings us our deep well-being and our deep understanding of how life really works. Next slide. So mindfulness meditation is an epistemology of the Global South, the knowledge system of the Global South. It is, it was developed 2,600 years ago. And in the 19th century, mindfulness was used as a translation for sati. Sati is what it's called in the Pali, which is the language of the Buddha. And there's three underlying truths that you will see from your intuitive awareness, from your wisdom knowledge system. And those things are that everything is imperfect, anything in conditioned existence, not a job, not a partner, not kids, not money, not the house, not what, we could think that all of these things are going to make us happy, but they might make us happy for a day, a week, a month, or even a year, but they won't stop our craving for something else because they are imperfect. And that the second wisdom principle is that everything is impermanent. I mean, all the things, we think that things are bad right now, just wait because it'll change. The same with all the things that we love and or think are good. Those things are going to change too. And then probably one of the deepest ones, and this one is a very indigenous principle, is that, that we are all related, in the US and the Native tradition. Whenever I get emails from people, it's always like, dear relatives, dear relations. And, our closing comment for a lot of things is all my relations, mitakviasan, we are all related. And that impersonal nature, it's like, an aspen grove. You see an aspen grove and, you see a lot of different trees, and there are different sizes of trees and different ages of trees and different colors. But if you look underneath the aspen grove, there's only one root. And that's the same with all humans, is that our consciousness, our whatever is knowing, we are all knowing by the same thing. My knowing, the knowing resource that I have is the same knowing resource that you are knowing from. So in a very, very deep way, we are all related. Next slide. So mindfulness really holds things with objectivity. It holds all of our thoughts, emotions, body sensations, between obsession and denial, between indulgence and repression, and between privilege and intolerance. Next slide. And look at this. This is an article that came out maybe 6 or 7 months ago. Oh my gosh. And Nature is one of the most highly regarded scientific journals, and Nature has like 7 or 8, subcategories. It has human behavior and environmental health and, environmental and, all these other subcategories. But this is the one that's dealing with, mental health. Check this out. This is a meta-analysis. They combined over 100, it was 419 randomized controlled trials. They combined them. They had an N of over 53,000 people. And guess what came out as the top as the best psychological intervention to improve mental well-being? It was mindfulness. This 2,600-year-old practice from the global South. That's what turned out to be right now the most impactful mental health intervention. Next slide. And you can download this article with that QR code. So the regular practice of mindfulness cultivates concentration, the ability to focus and stabilize one's attention. So I was in an advanced mindfulness teacher training program. Jack Kornfield was my teacher, and Jack Kornfield is married to, is a psychologist, and he's married to another psychologist, Trudy Goodman, who was my mentor during this teacher training. And Jack and Trudy came up to me maybe 6 months into this 4-year teacher training, and they said, Bonnie, you have something that Trudy has. I mean, Trudy, the psychologist, Jack Kornfield's wife, had the same thing. They said, you have ADD, you have attention deficit disorder. So that was interesting that I didn't get diagnosed with it until I was 50 years old, 50 plus. It was interesting. But, this practice, and I think the only way I was able to get to school with get through a PhD from UC Berkeley was because I was doing mindfulness practice, and it really helped my concentration. So concentration, it helps concentration, sensory clarity. You get to see much more clearly what is happening in this heart, mind, body, and equanimity, which is one of the highest spiritual qualities in every single spiritual tradition. Equanimity is what we want, to be able to hold everything with deep caring, but not let it impact our own well-being. Next slide. So mindfulness, if when we're practicing and we're getting confused, we come back to rain. Recognize what is happening right now. Accept it. Yes, I accept what is happening. Investigate it, being aware without judgment. And investigation has many dimensions to it. How does it feel energetically? What thoughts does it give rise to? What does it make me want to do right now? So, and all of these are part of understanding how to do mindfulness meditation from these wonderful Buddhist traditions. And then to realize that nothing is personal. I sit here and I get mad at my partner who broke his leg. And then I say, oh, okay, I'm going to sit here and be with the 50 million women whose partners have a broken leg right now. That nothing is personal, that everything is just part of nature. Next slide. So I want to actually start practicing. There's wonderful books that you can download for free, but I wanted let's go to the next slide. And you can download, in addition to downloading all of the books, this is the Venerable Arnaldo. He's like the #1 scholar right now on how to really practice mindfulness. Next slide.
I called them. I think they're out of minutes or something.
You're out of minutes? Oh, there it is. Yeah. And this is, you can just download these guided meditations. You don't even have to read the book. You can just download. So you can download these free, this is essentially, and actually I love it. The very first meditation that the Buddha taught his son, his son was named Rahula. He taught him to scan his body for the 4 elements, for earth element and water and fire, which is temperature, and air. Just for him to know so deeply that we are part of nature. We are just like the trees and the water and the animals, the 2-legged and 4-legged and winged ones and finned ones. We are part of that just much bigger family. And, doing this meditation helps us have an insight about that, not just to see that conceptually or as an idea. Next slide. So I think, and the principles of the practice are You can meditate all day, but if you're an unethical person, if you lie, if you cheat, if you steal, you're not going to get any benefits from doing the practice. Good ethics. And, I like to tell people, particularly for all the single people out there, this is called Sila in the practice, which is ethical living. Sila is sexy. Ethics are sexy. You should be looking for partners that have high ethics, because that's who you really want to hook up with. And then, so living an ethical life, and then doing your training, going into ceremony to strengthen positive mental factors, doing a daily practice, becoming part of a group. And then the next slide, and then wisdom arises. Wisdom of the imperfection of all conditioned things, of the impermanence of all conditioned things, and the impersonality of all conditioned things. Yes, Joyce, ethics is sexy. And so I have, I have created many one-page embedded, links with embedded resources for mindfulness. And please do, I think this is the QR code to the place where you can download my one-page free mindfulness resources. And there's a huge amount of free stuff. And I would say definitely try the free stuff before you pay for anything. Okay, next slide. This is one of my favorite teachers. She was, I went to undergraduate and graduate training for being a teacher. I'm essentially a Buddhist minister, and this is Tara Brock. She has excellent talks. All of my friends who are suffering, I always tell them to go to her website, which is right here. The QR code goes there. And she has a whole bunch of list of talks that you can listen to and guided meditations. She's also a psychologist. Her and Jack Kornfield have a mindfulness training program right now, but it costs like $7,000. So I don't think, anybody, I don't know if you have that kind of money, but maybe we should approach Tara and Jack and ask them if social workers in Guam can do the training for free. Next slide. Yeah, equanimity. These are actually what we call mantra practices, where you just say over and over to yourself, may I be safe and protected. May I be happy and peaceful. May I be healthy and strong. May my life be easy. May I have what I need. And just saying these actually builds up strength and samadhi or concentration. And it strengthens those very positive mental qualities. And these are places where you can take a beginning mindfulness class or an advanced class for free. You can download all of these for free online. Next slide. Okay, keep going. So these loving kindness and these other Brahma Vihars, there's 4 divine abodes. There's loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. And there's a lot of free instructions about how to really make these stronger. Keep going, keep clicking. Okay, next slide. And these are the phrases for them. And you can make up your own phrases too, but they're very easy. And actually, this is so there's a Buddhist psychology book. It's called the Abhidhamma, and it's like 600 pages. But this wonderful guy, Steve Armstrong, has done a Reader's Digest 38-page version of Buddhist psychology. So you can download this and see what there's actually more beautiful mental factors than there are unwholesome ones. And just to be able to know what you are feeling in your heart and mind in a moment is really excellent, to know whether you should act on that intention, because these becomes intention for our lives. And to know what intentions you want to act on and what intentions you want to weaken and not act on, because that's really where our wellness comes from. It doesn't come from external things. Next slide. So let's have a Q&A right now before we do a guided meditation and the end. So can we let go of the slides and just have a Q&A, or any comments you all want to make would be wonderful as well. Oh, yeah, this is the link to the dance. We're going to all do a 3-minute dance at the end together. But before we do that, Is there any comments or questions anybody has?
Hi, Dr. Duran. We actually do have a couple of questions in the chat. I can read the first one from Miss Carolyn Francisco, who is also our NASW Guam chapter president.
Oh, wow, she is wonderful.
How do the constant state of hyperarousal due to intergenerational exposure to trauma become personality traits? How do we transform this developed defensive state of survival into vulnerability, into forgiveness, into power, especially if there haven't been political efforts for true restorative justice to the harm?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's a brilliant question. And I think that we do training. I mean, if we hadn't been, if we hadn't been colonized by Western ideas of how things work, we would have learned all of these positive qualities in our intergenerational cultural training, right? I mean, that's what they said, up until even 5 years ago. That's what they were saying about all of us, that the reason why we had health disparities is because we were genetically inferior and culturally inferior. I mean, and it wasn't just people of color. I mean, women didn't get the vote in the United States until 1922 or something. So women weren't genetically inferior. It was crazy. They say that there's 3 root poisons in this tradition, and they are greed, aversion, anger, greed, hatred, and delusion. And those 3 things have multiple manifestations of negative mental factors. And if we're not realizing what we're acting on in the world, every single act we have in the world has an intention behind it. The intentions are usually so quick and subtle that we don't even realize the intention behind what we're doing. And I think we just need to be able to see our heart and mind and what's happening more clearly. And here's this 2,600-year-old practice from the global South that really has a huge amount of promise for us to do it. And we can, this is where we get when we get in deep ceremony. This is the same place that we get, just seeing clearly what is happening in the moment. Yeah. Other questions? Thank you for that.
Thanks,
Mary
Dr.
Lynn.
Duran. We actually do have another question from Mr. Daniel Salas. There are cultures where society has impressed a standard of internalizing stressors and not seeking help. What would your approach be to assist these people to be mindful and maintain a balance of peace through life?
Well, I mean, I think that you just have to first, as I said in the presentation, we need to get over our negativity bias. And there are some really incredibly worldwide traumas that are happening right now. I mean, the Russian invasion of Ukraine and all of our, there's 2.5 million refugees who've already left the Ukraine. And, just the incredible murder of, bombing maternal child health hospitals. I mean, crazy stuff is happening. I mean, that's the manifestation of greed, hatred, and delusion for sure. I mean, that's what's getting manifested there. And we just need to, make space in our lives to see what we are manifesting, what is, what the strongest mental qualities in our hearts and minds are, and really do training on and work on that to overcome it. So, we just need to make a commitment to do that, because there is a lot of resources to do it for free, but we need to do it. We need to set aside the time and train ourselves to do it, because, we've lost a lot of our most powerful cultural practices that were positive because of colonialism, right? I mean, I know a lot of, my parents wanted me to be as white as possible, and, they didn't want us to speak our language or to do anything that made us look like others. They wanted us to be as mainstream as possible, because that's what they were taught would, that would bring them success and happiness, but that's not true. So we have to reclaim, even Western science now. One of my very favorite researchers is, probably one of the most famous researchers on violence, family violence, Sherry Hamby, Dr. Sherry Hamby. She's at Life Path Institute. And she just wrote a book on resiliency and strength-based interventions for family violence. She's even saying, screw all the negative stuff, the DSM-5, not so much. Let's go back to cultural revitalization and language revitalization, to all of the wonderful resources that we had. So I'm going to post a whole bunch of stuff in the chat right now. And Sherry Hamby's website is the last thing that I'm going to be pasting here. Any other questions while I'm doing this?
Sure, we actually have one more question in the chat. What would you say are positive characteristics to Pacific Islanders? The development portion was on states and no mention of Pacific Islanders.
Well, I don't really have that history, but PIs, Pacific Islanders, are indigenous people. So I can imagine that there are some same values that are in, indigenous people have very similar values, like, sharing and caring and sharing, the colonizers thought indigenous people were stupid because they asked us, well, who owns this land? And everybody laughed and said, we take care of the land and the land takes care of us. That's like asking who owns the air, And now we're seeing with climate change that's what it's going to all go back to. So I think that just looking at traditional Chamorro traditional practices, there's probably a huge amount of positive values and positive mental factors, positive, not ideas, positive intentions of being in the world, and going back to, having that be what intervention looks like, right? Having that be the intervention. One of the things that I do in higher education too is something called community-based participatory research. And, my community partners, because it's, when I'm doing CBPR, it's really helpful to be an old brown woman, because my partners tell me what they think, one of the president of Northwest Indian College, I work with tribal colleges in the US, there's 37 of them, said to me, Bonnie, if you don't do cultural revitalization, if you're not doing language revitalization and resiliency, you can get the heck out of here. And he was absolutely right. He was 10 years before the current trend. And if you can look at the last URL in what I just pasted and look at her measures. She's developed a positive measures for violence prevention research. I mean, that's really interesting. And some of the stuff on how Western science has totally killed a lot of knowledge systems of our communities, and how they need to stop doing that in order for the whole universe, or for the earth to be saved, essentially. That we need to come back to our epistemologies, our knowledge systems of the global south, our indigenous knowledge system, because that's what's going to save all of us, the whole planet. And us to know, we even know that the perpetrators are our relatives too. And I don't believe in karma. I know karma is true. So we don't necessarily need to be the to act out people's karma, because whether we do it or somebody else does it, they will be, everyone will get what they deserve. So that's another reason for us to be really careful about what we're doing. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Duran, for sharing that information. Up next, I believe you do have a 3-minute video to share with us, The Joy by the Resistance Revival Chorus.
Yeah, so if we could all stop our videos and all just do this dance together. This is going to be a dancing meditation, okay? Okay, let's do it. And then my time will be over, right?
Yep, then we'll go ahead and head into a break after this.
Okay, excellent. Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
This joy that I have, the world didn't give it to me. Oh, this joy that I have, the world didn't give it to me. Don't you know that this joy that I have, the world didn't give it to me. Oh, I said the world didn't give it, the the world can't take it away.
All this strength that I have, this strength that I have.
This strength that I have.
Oh yeah, now.
The world didn't give it to me.
World didn't give it to me.
This strength that I have.
Oh yeah,
The world didn't give it to me.
the world didn't give it to me.
This strength that I have.
Oh yeah,
The world didn't give it to me.
oh I said
The world didn't give it. The world can't take it away.
all this love that I have.
Love that I have.
Oh yeah, now.
The world didn't give it to me.
World didn't give it to me.
This love that I have.
Oh yeah,
The world didn't give it to me.
don't you know that
This love that I have.
yeah,
The world didn't give it to me.
singing
The world didn't give it. The world can't take it
all this
away.
pride that I have, this pride that I have.
This pride that I have.
Oh yeah, now.
The world didn't give it to me.
World didn't give it to me.
This pride that I have.
I said the
The world didn't give it to me.
don't you know that
This pride that I have.
yeah.
The world didn't give it to me.
Oh, I said
The world didn't give it. The world can't take it away.
all this peace that I have. Oh,
The
yeah.
world didn't give it to
The
me.
world didn't give me my
This
peace.
peace that I have.
Oh yeah,
The
now.
world didn't give it to me.
Won't you sing about
This
peace?
peace that I have.
Oh yeah,
The
now.
world didn't give it to me.
I said
The
the
world didn't give it. The world can't take it away.
all this joy that I have, this joy that I have.
This joy that I have.
Oh yeah, now.
The world
Yeah.
didn't give it to
Said the
me.
world didn't give it to me.
This joy that I have.
I said
The world didn't give it to me.
don't you know that
This joy that I have. The world didn't give it to me.
oh I said
The world didn't give it. The world can't take it away.
world didn't give it and the world can't take it
The
away.
world didn't give it. The world can't take it
The world
away.
didn't give it and the world can't take it
The
away.
world didn't give it. The world can't take it
The world
away.
didn't give it and the world can't take it away.
The world didn't give it. The world can't take it away.
Resistance Revival Chorus believes in the words written by the poet Toy Derricott when she wrote, "Joy is an act of resistance." We believe in the words of Mr. Harry Belafonte, who said, "When the movement is strong, the music is strong." We sing to revive the hearts of those who fight for social justice, and we sing together for freedom.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Duran, for that amazing keynote morning presentation for day 1 of our conference, as well as that great video, This Joy by the Resistance Revival Chorus. Before we move on to the rest of today's agenda, we will be taking a short 10-minute break, and during the break, we'll share some highlights from this year's Social Work Month Wave. So we'll see everybody back in about 10 minutes. Thank you again for joining us.
I believe that the theme really resounds around the fact that we have really have been challenged the way we provide services to our clients, the way we meet them. It has really changed dramatically. I mean, for instance, like we used to have them come into our office, schedule the interviews in our office. Now everything, the pandemic has changed that, you know, we have to go through technology and go through the changes of having to do everything virtually. We've kind of lost the connection to our clients on a one-to-one level. So the challenge, I mean, the theme really provides us with hope that, you know, social workers are very unique people. they're very resilient. They find ways to make things happen despite the challenges. So I think that the theme really resounds around it's difficult, but there's hope. And if we continue to work together, try to meet each other and support each other, especially with the isolation in the very beginning of COVID, right? We were very, very isolated. We worked from home, which was very, very difficult. So we really, even within our colleagues, we lost that kind of connection on a one-to-one basis. So hopefully this theme will train us to provide us with hope and continue being the resilient creatures that social workers are.
So this year's theme for the NASW conference is really talking about how for the last couple of years we've been dealing with COVID, the pandemic, and all of the different changes that have been happening. So I think that, you know, we're hoping that things are coming to an end or kind of stabilizing, and so this is a time where we get to still, of course, grieve all of the changes and the losses that we've experienced in these past couple of years, but it's also time to grow from it and to start healing, and to, you know, this is why we talk about coping through crisis, because in many ways we are still in crisis, and the crisis can last for many, many years after, as we feel the effects of this. And so just being able to feel our resiliency and know that we are capable of healing and capable of growing stronger through this, that's what we were thinking about for this year's theme.
Well, coping through crisis and resilience, that's pretty much what we do as social workers, dealing what comes to us in regards to service. Just being that, working with these social workers, my colleagues, so is a very special thing. I mean, it takes special people to do what we do. In resilience, it takes a lot. It takes a lot, not just the fact of the profession, but being a human being to do what we do.
For me, it means that there's still hope in our community when it comes to the homelessness population and those who are suffering through trauma. And especially with this pandemic, I've seen miracles happen, really, with the social workers I work with, the clients that I helped pick off on the streets and move into temporary placement to permanent housing. I've seen miracles done, really. And it's all because of the efforts that we put out there for the community.
It means a lot because, as you've probably seen, we have a lot of new ones coming into the field of social work. It's not an easy job. We hope they continue to stay within our population. But I think with the past 2 years and the pandemic happening, this time we're hoping to break through. As we've overcome it, now we're breaking through with it. And we're going to band together the social work community again, and not just through this trying time, but even thereafter.
I think this year's theme is very fitting, especially for the pandemic that we're in. It's truly social workers who rose above the occasion to really be resilient in our community and help truly save lives.
It means that despite all of this that we're going through in this pandemic, us social workers show up and continue to be resilient to help the people of our island.
So I want to say that social work hasn't really changed, because social work is really about constant change. The work that we do in social work is that we always expect that people are going through something at all times. And so even though I wouldn't say that social work has really changed through the pandemic, I would just say that something that is a little different is that we've done a lot of things online, and in some ways that was really difficult to shift to do everything through technology and to meet people on screens and really just get to know people from like the chest up. So technology is something that's really different, but in a way it has also, you know, connected us in ways that we never thought we could be connected. So it's been safer to meet in big groups with each other. And with people that are, you know, in different states, we can have meetings with somebody even if they're traveling off island. So So that's something that's a little bit different, but otherwise, social work is always just going to be about constant change and being able to expect that.
It's changed a lot. I mean, a lot of our services have been on hold. Our people have shifted by the economy, by the fact that the effect of COVID and losing loved ones, the anxiety of even the fact of the pandemic itself, and the change in the community within our government. Resources are really tight. As social workers, we try to find every avenue to provide the services that our people need, and to help one individual at a time is all we can do to the best of our ability.
I want to say that social work for me has changed as a much needed profession. And much needed as in there's so many clients out there that's suffering from homelessness, drug abuse, sexual assault, sexual abuse, that there's not much social workers on Guam to help due to, there's too many clients and less of us. But that's the great thing about social work, and the beauty of it is it helps us handle these cases that not a lot of people would like to handle. We work with the people, but not everyone is willing to help or work with,
Unfortunately, I was gone for 2 years, but I did see how that changed in Big Island in Hawaii and how it affected my colleagues here on Guam. A lot of things had to be teleworked. But the point is that social workers were still available, they were still resourceful, and they still helped out the populations that they serve.
Say work, social, social. I say social, you say what? For being my person, your arms wide open, helping me to love again. Thank you for being my shoulder, listening closer, trusting you with everything. This journey ain't easy, so I'm grateful you're down to ride. I've fallen many times and not once have you left my side.
Come on. Thank you.
여러분 대단히 고맙습니다.
Mas tanggalin na si Zilis Maasi.
On behalf of the Social Work Student Alliance, collectively, we would like to thank each and every one of you for your selfless dedication to the field of social work. Happy Social Workers Month and Viva Social Work!
Hafa day, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 Social Work Regional Training Conference. Our next panel, entitled Guahan Crisis Services and Initiatives, highlights resources available on the island that will help restore resiliency and renew hope within our community. Joining us for today's panel, we have Ciara Cruz from the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's Guahan Crisis Hotline, Roy Gamboa of the Together with Veterans Suicide Initiative, Stephanie Duran from Sanctuary Inc.'s Youth Hotline, and Audrey Venice Mendiola from Catholic Social Services. Thank you all for joining us. Each of our panelists will present for 15 minutes and will be available for questions and answer after their presentation. At the end, we will have a moderated discussion with all of our panelists. Our first presenter will be Ms. Ciara Cruz from the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's Guahan Crisis Hotline. Ciara has worked with the program for over 1 year. She received her bachelor's degree in psychology at the University of Guam and is currently a graduate student in the Master's of Clinical Psychology program at UOG, conducting research on intimate partner violence among Chamorro women. It's my pleasure to introduce you to Miss Sierra.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for having me in this conference. I'm just going to share about Mangagiham services and what we do for the crisis hotline at Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. So Mangagiham means we are here, and our program aims to just let everyone know in the community that during this pandemic that's still going on, that we are here to talk about any stress or anxiety that we know many people in our island community are facing. Our program is federally funded by FEMA because in the FEMA standpoint, the COVID-19 pandemic is considered a disaster. And the reason it's considered a disaster is because the way it affects communities and every single person in this island and the whole world is considered a survivor of this disaster. So our program, what we do is we have the crisis counseling program, which is the crisis hotline that we run Monday through Friday. And the crisis hotline is a part of the broader Guam Behavioral Hotline where people can call any time of the day to talk about anything that's bothering them. People call for not just COVID related reasons, but anything that is on their minds. Sometimes people just call to vent. And that's what we want everyone to know, is that we are here to help and we're here to listen. We have currently 10 trained crisis counselors available. And we also have another project that works the night shifts and the weekend, which is Project Auging. And we work in collaboration with them to have the hotline run 24/7. In addition, we also do outreach programs and where we go and meet with either educational settings or workforce management to talk about any stress that is facing the workforce. So we've done several presentations with the Department of Education, and we've also done some presentations with different tour agencies because the pandemic really did change the way a lot of people worked, and going back to work was not easy for many of us. So what we do is we talk with just the people, the managers, how they dealt with the pandemic, what coping strategies they can use, and how to work with their employees to make sure that everyone is okay. And with the school settings, we work with the students and the teachers because we know, like with the students that have been going to school just within the pandemic, that it's been a lot of roller coasters with going to school, with going online, and then back and forth. And it's not an easy adjustment for many children and with many teachers that we know are also struggling to just try to teach the children. So this is just an invitation to anyone. Our program, Mangagiham program, is going to end in the coming months. We are supposed to end next month, but we are trying to extend for another 3 months. And after our program ends, we plan to still have the crisis hotline available 24/7 with the help of other grant programs. And towards the end of July, I just wanted to let everyone know too about the 988 program. And just like 911, where you call when someone's hurt or if there's an emergency, the 988 program is there to let people know that if they're in a crisis situation, a mental health crisis, or someone's suicidal, that they can call the 988 number, which is much easier to call than our long phone number that we have to put 671-647-8833. Instead, towards the end of July, we will be able to just type in 988 and talk about, like someone could just talk about any crisis that they are facing. So that is Mangagiham and the crisis hotline. So if anyone has any questions, just let me know.
Thanks so much, Ciara. As a reminder, if you have any questions for her or any thoughts, we encourage you to share in the chat. So Ciara, you mentioned that you're moving to a new number moving forward. What recommendation do you have to our social workers joining us to contact you outside of the hotline? Is there any marketing information that you already have available that we can share with our social workers?
Yes, so our current number right now is 671-647-8833 or 8834. And that's the crisis hotline for now. And then of course, we're going to have advertisements and marketing to promote the new 988 number when that launches.
And we'll definitely share that information in the chat later, and we'll send it in our end of the day email as well, so we have that contact information. Does anybody else have questions for Ms. Ciara? No? Okay. I do also want to recognize Ciara. I know that she also was a recipient of a University of Guam award for her work as a Master's of Clinical Psychology program student. So I do want to recognize her for that. So congratulations. But is there anything else you'd like to share?
Thank you. And no, that's all that we have. Just like if anyone has any, like if you're from any agency that you think would need our services, like our presentation, where it's sort of like a group discussion with amongst your staff or just any group that you have, then just let us know and reach out to us.
Perfect. With that said, can we get your contact information maybe to share with the chat for any agencies who are interested in presentations like this?
Yes, I'll type my email in the chat so you can email me.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And we look forward to having you as part of the moderated discussion at the end of our panel. So once again, that was Ms. Ciara Cruz from the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's Mangagiham Crisis Hotline. Up next, we have Mr. Roy Gamboa from the Together with Veterans Suicide Initiative. Mr. Gamboa is a veteran of the Guam Army National Guard and the United States Marine Corps. Roy is currently employed in the Guam State Clearinghouse, where he serves as a program manager and grant specialist. He is married to Hannah Gamboa, a father of 3 girls and 1 boy, and lives in his home village of Agate. He is also a small business owner and vice president of Got 671. Roy enlisted with the Guam Army Reserves while in high school and graduated as the honorman at the top of his class from Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri in 1994. After completing his term with the Army Reserves, he transferred to the Guam Army National Guard and served as a combat medic. In 2004, Roy enlisted with the United States Marine Corps and graduated once again as an honorman from San Diego, California. In 2005, he deployed to 2 combat tours to Fallujah, Iraq, and in 2006 to 2007 to Ramadi, Iraq. He left the Marine Corps in 2008 as a sergeant and settled back on Guam. Both combat tours to Iraq were life-changing and affected him greatly. Upon returning to Guam, he was diagnosed with depression, anxiety, and PTSD, among other wounds sustained in combat. Learning to live with these issues proved to be difficult. Roy is a founding member of Got 671, which was established to help veterans that are also battling the same issues. Introducing Mr. Roy Gamboa for his presentation. And thank you so much, Mr. Roy, not just for your service, but for sharing your story with us. And we look forward to your presentation today.
Awesome, great. Thank you very much, Amanda. I know I sent my presentation a little late. I'm not sure if you're able to pull that up. If not, I can go ahead and just go completely verbal video.
Sure, we can have that pulled up right now.
I promise I'll keep it short, everybody. Is 50 slides okay? I'm just kidding.
Well, it looks like we're having a little technical difficulties pulling it up. So why don't you start and we'll pull it up while you start your presentation.
All right, great. Thanks very much, Amanda. So the Together with Veterans program is a program funded by the Department of Veterans Affairs. And I was invited today because there's been a slight shift on how the approach to working with veterans, dealing with PTSD, anxiety, and things like that. For numerous years, of course, the attempt was to constantly throw funding at therapists and things like that. And unfortunately, a lot of veterans have difficulty talking to someone in a clinical setting. And what we've been doing for over the last year has been gathering, and we've been doing something called Battle Buddy Talk, which is where it is a veteran-led, topic-oriented group discussion. And what we've found is we do classes, or we do talks online weekly, but we've also transitioned to a face-to-face meeting. And in that sense, we were gathering anywhere between an average of 20 to 30 veterans actually able to come out and talk. And how this has helped with a lot of, okay, there you go. Hopefully everybody can see the slides. Now, the first slide that you're gonna see is who's got your six, and that's, forgive me for going back, and it was developed in World War II. It was a comment where Air Force pilots first mentioned that, hey, I've got your six. And that what that means is he's telling the pilot in front of him that I've got your tail. I'm on your tail to make sure nobody comes up from behind you to shoot you down, and so to speak. Next slide, please. So playing on the got your six motto there, we went with GY 671, which is got your 671, obviously tailoring to our Guam's area code. We have a mission developed with the Got Your Six group, and basically that's just to help veterans in all aspects of transitioning back to back to civilian life. We've recognized that veterans, they don't necessarily only have PTSD or have trauma from seeing combat. There's also a lot of our women combatants and women members that have probably suffered through military sexual trauma and other life-changing events that took place while they were on military service. Next slide, please. How we help, we have gathered a bunch of our veterans, and we all recognize that we're in different places when it comes to dealing with anxiety, PTSD, homelessness, and all aspects. So what we do is we set up social events where we can gather, we can talk. Again, weekly we meet for something called Battle Buddy Talk. We bring veterans together using humor. We've partnered up with a national nonprofit organization called Irreverent Warriors. And if you're not familiar with it, we've done a hike. We refer to it as a Silkies hike. If you are in the Marine Corps or were in the Marine Corps, you understand what Silkies are. They're the runners' shorts, extremely short and high. And it was actually issued military uniform for PT. And we have fun with that. We put on our boots, put on our shorts, grab our rucks, and we go on nice hikes where we share stories along the way. We also work with other veteran organizations to see how we can help. In many instances, some groups are geared towards working with one specific agenda, and what we do is we work with them so that we can invite them into Battle Buddy Talk or provide purpose in multiple ways. We work with the VSOs down at the ASEAN the Guam Veterans Affairs Office. We send people down there so that they can begin the claims process and things like that. And Got Your 671 has actually been identified as the Committee on Suicide Prevention and PTSD Awareness here for the island of Guam. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we're working on is getting a dedicated office space that can be a beacon for veterans of all eras. After 20 years of fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan, there are many, many veterans that are going to be returning home that have undiagnosed issues. And we've noticed that veterans are a lot more comfortable with talking to another veteran. So that's something to keep in mind. If you are in the field and you have a veteran amongst your ranks, it could be a little bit easier for these veterans to be able to talk with them. Then that's just through personal experience. Needless to say, that is a very short or a very small number. Through GY 671.
Hi, Mr. Gambo. It appears we're having some slight technical issues cutting in and out.
Can I proceed, or is it?
Mr. Gambo, it looks like you're frozen. We're going to go ahead and turn your video off, and we're going to see if that helps. Okay, can you hear us? It looks like your network bandwidth is low.
Please just advise as to when. Hi, can everybody hear me?
Hi, Mr. Gamboa, we can hear you.
Qualifying certificate, and we were able.
Hi, everyone. It looks like we're having some slight technical difficulties. We're just going to play a quick short clip, and we will return in a minute while we fix this technical difficulties. It's one of the wonderful things that happen with Zoom events. And thank you for your patience as we play a quick video as we fix all of our technical difficulty this morning.
I believe that the theme really resounds around the fact that we have really have been challenged the way we provide services to our clients, the way we meet them. It has really changed dramatically. I mean, for instance, like we used to have them come into our office, schedule the interviews in our office. Now everything the pandemic has changed that, you know, we have to go through technology and go through the changes of having to do everything virtually. We've kind of lost the connection to our clients on a one-to-one level. So the challenge, I mean, the theme really provides us with hope that, you know, social workers are very unique people. They're very resilient. They find ways to make things happen despite the challenges. So I think that the theme really resounds around it's difficult, but there's hope. And if we continue to work together, try to meet each other and support each other, especially with the isolation in the very beginning of COVID, right? We were very, very isolated. We worked from home, which was very, very difficult. So we really, even within our colleagues, we lost that kind of connection on a one-to-one basis. So hopefully this theme will train us to provide us with hope and continue being the resilient creatures that social workers are.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the conference. As we know, these virtual conferences do have technical difficulties at some times, and it is my pleasure to bring back Mr. Gamboa for his presentation.
Okay, so take two. All right, guys. Yeah, so some of the community events and planned, okay, we went over the community events. Here we go. Battle Buddy Talk, that's what we do weekly. We can send out, you can join us on our Facebook page, Got Your 671. We do have the Liberation Day. I know we haven't had a Liberation.
Hi, everyone. It looks like we're having a little bit of connection issues with Mr. Gamboa. We will table his presentation while we fix our technical difficulties this morning. And we're going to go ahead and move on to Miss Stephanie Duran from Sanctuary Inc.'s Youth Hotline while we work with Mr. Gamboa to get his presentation set back up. So we will move on to Miss Stephanie Duran. Ms. Stephanie M.G. Duran is the Crisis and Corporate Communications Officer for Sanctuary Incorporated of Guam's 24-hour crisis hotline, with 15 years of experience in human and social services. In 2005, while attending the University of Guam, Stephanie served 2 full terms as an AmeriCorps member for Sanctuary Incorporated of Guam. Upon completion of her term, she found her passion of serving her community being employed directly under the agency. She currently supervises the Sanctuary Case Management Unit alongside partial overview of the current shelter operations, public relations, as well as community representative to several community coalitions and groups. With hard work and determination, Stephanie took every growth opportunity that would allow her to expand and challenge her knowledges and skills working with youth and their families. Aside from being a crisis and corporate communications officer, she is a certified trainer and facilitator in trauma-informed care response to the criminal justice system, substance abuse prevention training specialist, ethics in profession, prevention, crisis intervention, just to name a few. She has also hosted several community conferences and events, both on island and off island. Although her background of certification, skills, and training is quite extensive, she continues to serve her community and their families outside of her working environment. Introducing Ms. Stephanie Duran.
Hi, half a day, good morning. Sorry, I hope you guys can see and hear me.
Half a day, you're doing great.
Okay, if it's okay, would I be able to screen share real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Stephanie Duran. I know that prior to the presentation, we had to do some corrections to my name. Not everybody knows me as Duran. Majority of everybody that I've worked with, especially in the human services field, knows me as Guahan. So just recently, last year, that's when my name changed. So I'm still getting used to it, and it's going to be a long shot to try to get used to my last name. So even if you call the office looking for me, or if you call our crisis hotline, even if you say you're looking for Stephanie Guahan, don't worry, I'll still respond. So I would like to get started with my presentation. I am from Sanctuary Incorporated of Guam. We've been serving over 50 years of services to Guam's youth and families. And a part of our mission is a community-based nonprofit organization, and we provide services to youth and their families. Majority of the youth who are at risk, abused, any persons with disability, homeless, and runaway, especially if they're struggling with substance abuse use and other related issues. Part of our objectives is promoting reconciliation during times of family conflict. There are other aspects of parts of our different programs, such as promoting independent living skills, being able to transition into permanent housing. Education is a priority with Sanctuary, so we ensure that our kids or anybody that we are serving in-house continue to go to school, even if it's trying to obtain their GED. We also work with our young adults up to age 24 in trying to become responsible community members. And by that, we also work with them in graduating from high school, including being able to try to obtain employment in the work field. So a part of our 24-hour crisis hotline, we do provide temporary safe shelter during family conflicts and abuse. We also have our youth, drug, and alcohol residential treatment, outpatient intensive outpatient groups. We also have supportive educational groups such as our parenting support, parenting skills, our youth and adult anger management, our tobacco education. We do have our strengthening programs, and one of our most recent and new programs just added this year is our Guahan Hope program for young adults ages 17 to 24. A part of the crisis hotline, it does provide outreach services, referrals as necessary. We do immediate intervention over the phone. And what we do is work with the youth or parents or even community partners who are pretty much just trying to find services for the family. So given with the crisis hotline is operated 24 hours, 7 days a week, there is always someone on the opposite side of the line. And I do apologize when we do get an influx of calls because it is forwarded to a single cell unit. We would sometimes, depending on the conversation of the call, sometimes we would ask the person to hold. We try to get to the other person on the other line as much as possible. So part of the 24-hour crisis hotline, again, we do provide that intervention services. We do provide the referrals as needed. So anybody can actually access the crisis hotline. It could be a youth in need. It could be a family member. It could be, as I mentioned earlier, it could be any of our partners, such as Department of Education, Child Protective Services. It could be Department of Youth Affairs. It could even just be you simply as a parent or guardian, an auntie and uncle who just needs help with your child or your niece or your nephew that may be experiencing some forms of, let's say, for example, at-risk behaviors, right? Possibly even beyond control would be another one. They start to exhibit
Hi,
it.
Ms. Stephanie. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Are we able to change the slides? We're not able to follow along throughout your presentation.
I am so sorry. I think you know what, let me just go ahead and I'll stop and I don't know why it's freezing on my side. I was having some internet issues earlier, but what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll stop and I'll just verbally speak. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, can you still hear me though?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Okay. As a reminder, if you have any questions while Ms. Stephanie is presenting, you can share it in the chat.
Okay, so so continuing from our crisis hotline, as I mentioned, pretty much anybody could be able to access the hotline, and there's always someone there on the opposite side. Sometimes we get phone calls just specifically where parents would ask, what else could I do for my child? How could I talk to my child? My child has been having a hard time in school. Sometimes they just need that, ear to listen and probably get some guidance. So our worker on the opposite end would help provide that intervention services or help provide that guidance to include, services not just within Sanctuary's agency, but to other services out there in the community. So we do that, once we're done with the phone call, as we screen it, we are able to refer them to the services they properly need to try to get in touch with, that entity. So part of the crisis hotline, it just depends as we screen the calls again. If there are in-house services that are needed, we do have our COVID emergency shelter placement for up to 30 days. I apologize, it's actually 21 to 30 days. This is for individuals who are 12 to 17 years old. Again, it is at-risk individuals. Also individuals or youth who are also homeless again. And sometimes, like I said, just needing that maybe break from, mom and dad. So the COVID emergency shelter services is there to provide that to the family. A part of the COVID emergency shelter, we also provide case management services and individual family counseling. We do transport to and from school. And we do provide 3 meals. I always tell the kids, I said, it's not cafeteria food. I'm not saying there's nothing bad about cafeteria food, but I always tell them, the staff cooked all whole meals. So they do get 3 meals a day. And then, of course, they do have snack time. And I'm glad because a lot of our workers are bakers and cookers. So they try to do chef meals for the kids in-house. And I noticed that the kids really love that. A part of the shelter services, again, they also do recreational therapy. So the kids are able to get out and, go out and exercise, take breathers, take walks. And they are supervised 24 hours, 7 days a week by a residential assistant. So again, another access from the crisis hotline, should family need assistance and you make the necessary referrals. We do have our transitional living program, also known as the Saginaw NATLA, means a place for better living. And that program goes up to 18 months for individuals who are 17 to 22. A part of this program, it helps to empower young adults to transition towards independence and self-sufficiency. Our residents are able to engage in life skills training, supportive counseling, and individual program planning. A part of the program, again, it also helps to obtain introduction into the workforce and financial management. And then, of course, again, as I mentioned earlier in the beginning, education is a priority for our kids. Sometimes we get our kids who, have not been to school, especially because the pandemic has been very crazy. I know that, our teachers have been doing a very wonderful job in trying to get in touch with their students. So when the kids do come to us and they have not been to class, our priority first is to try to get them back into school. The other part of the program is they're also able to engage in resources for transition of independent living. So another source, part of our crisis hotline, is they also have access to our Saginaw Home Low Drug and Alcohol Treatment Center, which is also known for a place of living. This program is anywhere between 4 to 6 months of treatment services. However, you will need to qualify through a screening assessment process. So when this screening assessment process occurs, the substance abuse counselor will be able to determine what appropriate drug and alcohol services you will need. And if the individual does not qualify for our residential treatment program, what happens is they may put them into educational outpatient or intensive outpatient services, also hosted by Sanctuary. So we do get a lot of phone calls through the crisis hotline, specifically to also, our treatment facility. So again, we get all kinds of phone calls, whether it be temporary placement, a parent struggling, substance abuse services. And then sometimes we would also get phone calls, unfortunately, on our crisis hotline of, are you guys hiring? And I'm like, okay, well, you can call our main office, but it doesn't, we don't just stop right there. We try as much as possible to aid any individual that makes that phone call through the crisis hotline. So again, the major services provided through the crisis hotline is also, again, was access to our shelter services and our supportive groups. And as I mentioned earlier, Sanctuary does have 3 very unique long programs that's been around for a very long time. That's our Code Emergency Shelter, our Transitional Living Program, and our Saginaw Home Low Substance Abuse Treatment Facility. I mentioned earlier as well that we do have a new program, which is called Guahan Local. And the Guahan Local program, this one here is for ages 17 to 24, specifically tailored to individuals who are homeless. This facility is able to hold up to about 4 residents at a time. And a part of this program, we are able to provide, again, immediate services and access to community resources, including working towards independent living and permanent housing transition. Okay, so I'm actually just getting close to the ending of my presentation. As I mentioned, the crisis hotline, it is out there for everybody. Even as a worker, the people that I work with, sometimes they just call and say, hey, do you have space for a kid? Or some of them will call, are you guys still up and running for youth anger management or parenting skills? I'm like, yes, let me get you to the right person. So although we say, it's titled Crisis Hotline, and you would always think that Crisis Hotline is specifically for just a person in need of a specific service, the way I look at it with our crisis hotline is it's pretty much any services. I give that referral necessary to the family. Like I would take the time to make sure that I talk to them, kind of see really what the parent or the other referring parties from different entities would really need, so that way I can direct them in the right area that they need to be. So you can access Sanctuary's crisis hotline at 671-475-7100. I always have to remind myself that we still have to use the 671. I'm trying to get used to it because we're so used to clicking on our phone and just pressing someone's name and then we get the access. But again, I have to remind myself, if I'm dialing a partner's number and it's not stored, I always have to put the 671. So again, you can contact us on our crisis hotline at 671-475-7100. You can also check us out on our website at www.sanctuaryguam.com. We're also on Facebook and Instagram. So if you do refer anybody, or even yourself, right? If we get tied up with our crisis hotline, again, our Facebook and our Instagram are made accessible to the youth in the community and their families. We've actually had an influx of inquiries through our Facebook Messenger. And usually the crisis worker, other than myself, if they are handling the phone, anytime someone makes a message through the Instagram or the Facebook, we can also pick it up there through the crisis hotline. So that's the end of my presentation for today.
Thanks, Ms. Stephanie. It looks like we do have a question in the chat for you. For the Youth Drug and Alcohol Program, are you able to partner with other agencies? For example, YALA delivers a substance abuse prevention curriculum, and if we come into contact with students who struggle with addiction, is there a possibility?
Yes, we are able to, when we say partner, is again, as long as the individual or the partnering agency and us, we can collaborate and see how we can best serve the individual. We also have a curriculum that we go off of, and I can definitely direct you to the right individual to speak with. Our clinical director is Mr. Carlos Paris, and you can contact him at 475-7101. And again, I always offer it if our line at the our line at the main office, right? If you can't get to it, please don't hesitate to call the crisis hotline. I'll even give you the WhatsApp number, which is 671-787-6280. So you can WhatsApp that, and I can definitely link you to the individuals. But yes, there are several programs on island I know that deal with substance abuse, especially like, for example, Lighthouse Recovery, New Beginnings, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. So we do work hand in hand with a lot of those programs. And once we establish that rapport, especially if there's a referral for a client or how to provide services, we're able to do that. So please don't hesitate. Like I said, definitely you can give us a call and we can work that out.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ms. Stephanie. We're going to move on to the next presenter, but we definitely look forward to hearing more from you in our moderated discussion with all of our panelists at the end. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go ahead and bring back Mr. Roy Gamboa. Mr. Gamboa, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. What I'll do is I'll leave my video off just in case. If you could just pull up slide.
Sure, we'll pull that up right now.
Okay.
And then I do see that you did put the contact information for Got Your 671 on Facebook, IG, or email gotyour671@yahoo.com, or call 671-488-4769.
Yes.
So we'll be sure to share that information as well via email to all of our participants.
Okay, great. So moving into the slide where it begins with Together with Veterans. There are guiding principles. It is veteran driven. Like we said, the Veterans Affairs Office and the program managers have decided to work a lot more directly with the veterans and have us take more of a leadership role. We do want, the way the Together with Veterans program is going to work is with community partners. We've included GPD, GFD, Guam Behavioral Health, the Guam Army National Guard, some clergy, basically anybody and everyone, of course, including our social workers, to reach out to veterans with a slightly different approach, using it with veterans' input to help directly communicate with them and maybe break down those barriers that they may have put up. Next slide, please. And the 6 strategies, what we're going to do is provide suicide prevention training. So GPD, GFD, they will be included. In many cases, they're the first responders. And oftentimes there is a guard that goes up automatically because they assume they're going to take them away to jail, things like that. Sometimes we've created a shirt that had a big word veteran right across the front. So we intend to partner up with these first responders by giving them undershirts, for instance, Under Armour shirts that they can remove their outer garment to show a veteran, hey, look, hey, brother or sister, I'm just like you. I'm a veteran. Let's talk. This way it can de-escalate certain situations and not escalate into violence or anything worse than that. Primary care suicide preventions, while there are many programs that are out there, what we intend to do is bring everybody together. We've had our first meeting already with some key partners. We intend to bring more in so that way we all have a singular voice and help reduce suicide here on the island. Veteran serving programs, basically also working with the veteran organizations. There are numerous programs, like I said. We just want to make sure that we're all under, we all have the same communication processes going out there and bring it to light. It's a difficult situation to bring up culturally. I know it's difficult for us to talk about it as well. We just want to make sure that we all have a singular voice in approaching veterans that may be considering suicide. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically wrapping it up, just to go over everything that I was discussing, there's a slightly different approach by using veterans to be somewhat I guess using their perspective in many instances. Veteran talking to a veteran, we've seen that be very successful. Our partners up at the therapists that are up there at the community-based outreach clinic in Agania Heights, both clinicians have indicated and reached out to me and told me that veterans are having a better time at opening and discussing their issues with them after meeting with us. So if you're interested in working with some of our veterans, I suggest you probably join in on our Battle Buddy talks. You can join in via Zoom. That'll be tonight. I can share the link if you join us on our Facebook page as well. We've had social workers chime in, and some of the responses that they've had has been, our discussions are very raw. Mindful warning, there will be cuss words. There's a lot of joking that goes back and forth, but we do have, it's all around a topic, and we address these things so that veterans can be comfortable. Not everyone is required to talk, but we do like at least a minimum of an introduction. We recognize that veterans do have a difficult time in expressing their feelings. And so after building up some confidence, we see that after 2, 3, or maybe even 4 meetings, they're able to share their first topic that they're more comfortable with. And this has helped veterans in many cases. While we don't expect to see veterans all the time, it's a positive sign when we see veterans move on from some of the services that we provide and end up in a better place, in a better space. We help provide purpose and guidance to these veterans, and we've got bigger projects coming down the pipeline. Again, we look at building a veterans community with our partners called the Veterans Community Project out in the States. And this is about building tiny homes, repurposing, retraining veterans with partnerships with Guam Trades Academy and utilizing further grants to prevent suicide. The numbers have shown that while there is not an average of 22 suicides in the veteran community, the number that remains high is Asian American and Pacific Islander ethnicities, that the numbers still do remain high. And I tend to believe that there is a big cultural aspect that has something to do with that. Lots of pride in our veterans, and it's difficult. There's often difficulty reconciling. I've put up my contact information on the slide. Please take note. If you have any questions, go ahead and reach out to us. And Guam is very special because we have the highest number of enlistees, therefore highest number of veterans on the island. I'm pretty sure just about everybody in our room here can raise your hand saying either a family member is currently serving or is a veteran. So let us help each other out. I thank you guys very much for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Gamboa. We actually have a few questions for you. We'll start with this first one. Can non-combat veterans with PTSD symptoms join the group?
Yes, this is definitely open. As I mentioned, you don't have to have PTSD. You don't have to have been in combat. There are numerous veterans, active duty personnel, even family members that do show up to our meetings. But if you just want to participate and help in any way, definitely please reach out to me and we'll find something that we can all do to help.
Perfect, and we have a couple more questions.
Sure.
I noticed that there are homeless veterans that have signs asking for help. Does this program reach out to those individuals?
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you very much. To qualify for the HUD-VASH program, it was mentioned to me that a veteran has to be homeless for a period of about 12 months and then also meet financial criteria. So in some instances, veterans could be technically fall through the cracks, because if a veteran, for instance, is receiving disability compensation, the HUD-VASH program or some programs have to take that into account. And oftentimes the response is, well, you're receiving disability compensation, you should be able to afford a place to stay. Not taking into consideration, sometimes these veterans might be paying child support, paying for other items that are putting them in debt. Couch surfing is also considered homelessness. And so the Veterans Community Project was started by a fellow Marine 5 years ago in Kansas. And what they did was they secured 4 acres of land and got the community to donate wood and things like that. And they built a tiny home community of 49 units where veterans who fall through the cracks, don't meet certain criteria, they can utilize these shelters for up to 12 months. That way, their declaration of homelessness is fulfilled for HUD-VASH, and then they can seek more permanent housing.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gamboa. We also have 2 other questions. Can families of veterans reach out on behalf of the veteran?
Yes, we actually encourage that. We recognize that many veterans, after they leave the service, they have a difficult time reconciling, and they want to just close those books. It can be very difficult, and sometimes the homes are very troubling. Definitely, we'd love to talk to the family members. We can help with some of that transition, possibly invite the veteran to our meetings. And this way we can also shed light with the family members, perhaps why the veteran might be acting in a certain way, dealing with traumas and things like that. So definitely, we love to help. We do have some social workers that frequent our meetings. And sometimes that perspective of being a social worker and being a veteran at the same time can help ease transition for family members as well.
Perfect. And we also have a question. Can non-registered veterans join or access resources from GY 671?
Yes, what we try to liken ourselves as the stopgap measure for everything, where so many different grant programs or federal programs, state programs have numerous requirements. If you stick your hand out and we have a way to help with our network and our resources, we will do that. There have been times where veterans have reached out and says, hey, look, I'm in a tough spot. I lost my job. I need some food. I need some clothing for me and my kids. Within an hour, 2 hours, we'll find a way to provide that help. We again, the network is what really helps us out here on the islands. Sometimes just putting it out there saying, hey, we need a wheelchair. And within a day or two, we found a wheelchair donated to a veteran who couldn't afford it. We're working with the Guam Regional Transit Authority to see if we can pay for these bus rides for these veterans that can't afford it. They need to go from point A to point B. We want to develop the Arrive Alive program, which is oftentimes veterans go out, they drink, they become too inebriated. We want to be able to give out business cards that says, hey, look, if you're a cab driver or you're with Stroll Guam, Uber type situation where, hey, if you take him home, he doesn't have any money, bring it to us, give us the receipt, we'll take care of it. We just don't want him drunk driving. So we're trying to cover all aspects to look at veterans. And although they're titled as a veteran, they're just like you and me. They're your uncle, your dad, brother, sister, mom. They're all part of our family. They're part of our community. And anything we can do to help is, and we want you to join us too. We want everybody to help us. We've come out of the labor of love coming out of our hearts. We don't take any salaries or anything like that from any grants. This is all coming from the goodness of our heart and our time. And so having more partners, for instance, with this organization, NASW, that'll help us transition and help veterans settle and be a better part of our community.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Roy. As you mentioned earlier, our island sees a high enlistment rate, and so having an organization that supports the needs of the veterans, as well as is truly centered to the unique culture that we have on island, is very special. So thank you for that information. I know you did include the contact information for Gotcha 671 in the chat, and so I'll make sure to share that in the email as well.
Great,
Do you have any other thoughts you'd like to share before we move on to the next presenter?
No, please just join us. When the next time we do have a wave out there, we will definitely extend the invitation to the Guam chapter of NASW. Thank you very much for letting us be a part of today's presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roy. And of course, we look forward to having you join us in the end of our moderated discussion with all of our panelists towards the end of this panel.
Yes, thank you.
Up next, we will have Ms. Audrey Venice Mendiola from Catholic Social Services. Audrey Venice Farron Mendiola, Familian Adu Zen Adu, is a daughter of Guam from the village of Barrigada. She is a single mother to Kason Jude and a fluent Chamorro speaker. Audrey is the daughter of retired Fire Chief Joseph Santos Mendiola and Rufina Farron Mendiola, former administrator for Chamorro Studies and a Chamorro teacher for over 30 years. While working for the Guam public school system for 7 years, Audrey founded various student organizations to perpetuate cultural diversity among students in the community to improve individual well-being, self-determination, and academics, all while pursuing her bachelor's degree in social work. During her senior year, Audrey was elected president for the Social Work Student Alliance for 2020 to 2021. Now with her Bachelor of Social Work from the University of Guam, Audrey started her career on June 28, 2021 as a social worker at Catholic Social Services for the Ali Women's Shelter, which is the only women's shelter for domestic violence, and the Temporary Housing Rapid Rehousing Program for domestic violence. Outside of her profession, Audrey is a board member for Ihagan Familao Guahan, an Indigenous Women's Association. Together, she collaborates with amazing Chamorro women who engage in political advocacy, address social and economic issues, and cultivate sacred spaces for Chamorro mothers and daughters. Introducing Ms. Mendiola.
Jesus Maasi Amandas and Todos Hamzu, Biba Azudantin Tau Tau. Thank you everybody for having me here today. Today I will be presenting on the Ali Shelter, also known as the Shelter from the Storm. So Ali is a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence, abuse, and sexual assault. Under Ali, we have the adult and family shelter, and we cater to women and our women with children, and we have our children's shelter, and we also have our Guy Animus project. So Ali comprises, and I do want to emphasize this a lot because we are talking about coping through crisis, right? So we do have our 24-hour crisis hotline, which our staff are trained to do screening. So as far as getting information from the individual, making sure they are safe, coming up with a safety plan. If this is the only time that they can contact us, coming up with a safety plan, giving them many other resources within the time frame that we have them on the line. So again, Ali has been up and running since 1981. That is so amazing. And for me as a new social worker, it really is amazing because now we are coming out more into the community. We are the only protective shelter on Guahan for survivors of domestic violence, abuse, and sexual assault. At our adult and family shelter, we have 10 rooms that are conjoined for families. So we do follow guidelines for bigger families that may need more than one room. We have a community kitchen in our home, and I like to refer to our shelter as a home because this is a temporary home for our women and our children. So we have a community kitchen, we have laundry, a laundry room, a dining room, a living room, we have a pantry, and we have storage areas. So some services that are, because we do provide wraparound services. Some services that are offered at the Adult and Family Shelter is meals and clothing assistance, emotional and physical support, transportation services, respite care for children, referral services to resources to promote independence and resilience, of course, individual counseling, therapeutic activities that foster self-determination, resiliency, and independence. We do have nutritional and parenting classes as well. So at our Alley Women's Shelter, COVID has affected us tremendously. So I do want to emphasize that we have our fabulous program manager, Ms. Leilani, and we do have 1 admin, 1 house manager, 15 staff, and 2 social workers. So how has COVID affected us through the pandemic for our shelter is whether it is our residents that contract COVID or whether it is our staff that contract COVID, it is having to meet the needs of the shelter because we are 24 hours, 24/7, every day, 7 days a week. We want to ensure that for our children, that the ratio of child to adult or child to staff is met. So at times our staff or our admin, we would have to play 2 roles. So definitely our teamwork has gotten a lot stronger, and we are very, I would say, we have cross-trained a lot, and we are learning a lot from each other. And our transportation services have affected in some ways due to if we don't have enough staff on that day, or if staff are out due to COVID, or any situations related to COVID. Those are other things that have affected us. But we are working through all those challenges, and we are coping through all those challenges. And we are becoming resilient every single day. And we continue to provide the best services we can for our residents. Other challenges that COVID has affected us as well is before coming into shelter, the residents do, whether it is the children's shelter or the adult and family, have to quarantine for 14 days. So we do have quarantine policies, and Sandanku Nesizulis Maasi to Vero, we have been working so well with each other as far as having the clients have a safe place to be quarantined and to get COVID tested until they transition into our shelter. And during their time when they make the decision, because it is a choice to come into Alley, when they make the decision to come into the shelter, we still continue to work with them during their quarantine. So it's calling, checking up on them, referring them to services, seeing what their needs are, if it's clothing, if it's food. And Vero does very well at providing them 3 meals a day. So we are very grateful to have all this collaboration, network, and teamwork. So for our children's shelter, it is contracted by BOSA, and we can house up to 12 children. So the emergency shelter is also until placement is identified. And this is a great way for our partners, CPS, which is under the Department of Public Health and Social Services, to find better foster home matches for these children. And with our children's shelter, we also offer services for referrals for dental, medical, counseling services, skill building like cooking. They do lots of baking. We teach, and then as far as cleaning and chores, personal hygiene, providing items that they may need for day-to-day living, even school projects, helping with their homework. It is a structure and consistent parenting for the children in our shelter. We do provide them transportation. We do have advocacy in both our family shelter and our children's shelter. And we do pilot animal-assisted pet therapy. We have that program as well too. So that is very beautiful. With our Guy Animus project, it is federally funded. It is a housing assistance for up to from 6 to 12 months. we do intensive case management, just like what we do in our alley shelter, and we provide financial counseling, and we building support systems. So what we do here at alley is tremendous work connecting with the community, working with organizations, bringing agencies to meet the residents and getting to know them. We've had the AG's office come in and do a presentation. The women were so blown back by what these are my rights. I can actually do these things. I can actually file a report. I can go to court. I did not know that I can do this. I did not know that I had this support system. So getting them in touch with the community helps them to build that resilience and that empowerment within them. So it is very beautiful to see the transformation of hopelessness coming into the shelter and leaving and transitioning out, and feeling very confident that they can make the moves that they can, and they can speak and ask the questions that they have and not be afraid to hold back. So very, very, very beautiful. Some other ways that we have coped through COVID. So we are faith-based, and our women are very, very, very headstrong, and they love to collaborate. They love to dance. They like to play music. So those are just the little things that we do. Currently, they do say the rosary nightly before going to bed, and we say them in 3 different languages. They have them said in English. The women also pray in Chuquis, and they also pray in Chamorro. So that is something very beautiful that the women have decided to do themselves. They brought it to the table, and we said, of course, why not? This is your healing. This is your process. And every day more women in the shelter do join in, and they do join in prayer. So it's very beautiful, very, very healing to experience, to witness. We also have our community meals every Thursday. So we talk about planning a meal. We cook together, we talk, we have a girl talk, because it's mostly women there, right? We talk about some of the challenges that the mothers may be facing with their children, to give each other advice. I also meet with them weekly. So every week I meet with each of the residents, and I don't only help just the mother themselves, but I help their children too, because the children are also healing through the trauma, through the experience that they've had to endure, right, with either mom and dad or mom and their spouse. So this is a healing process for the whole family. So it really is intense case management, lots of referrals. So grateful for all the teamwork, especially with Guam Behavioral Health, collaborating. If we're not able to meet transportation, we have online opportunities. So it's also engaging the residents in how to use the technology, how to create a Zoom link, or how to log in, how to have an email address, log in, check it daily. So that's also part of their case management and their individual service plan, which is their goals. Also, we have our monthly calendar. So every Friday, we have yoga and meditation. And I'm just so glad that meditation was brought up, because a lot of them have found healing. They were able to release some anxiety. They feel more relaxed after meditating. The yoga, maybe we're not as flexible every day as we should be, but it is definitely something that they choose to do and they enjoy. We also have movie nights on Saturdays. So we're creating that environment that this is what families can do together. We can watch something as simple as a movie. So it's having the families come together, watch a movie on a Friday. Sometimes they like to all plan a meal for that Saturday, and they watch the movie, and then they take the kids to bed, and then moms get to have their own little powwow after. So, having that support system is very, very, very important when coping through these situations. Of course, they don't know each other. They have no relation to each other. So building that bond is very, very strong. On top of that, at our family shelter, we have a house meeting every week. So of course, this is very important, because when there are concerns, just like a family, there are times or situations where things may not seem so right, and I don't know how to cope with that, Miss Oz. I don't know how to deal with this situation or the way a person does a particular thing. So we create steps and we work through it together as a family and as a team. So after every meeting, I introduce a new word, and this also helps with their vocabulary. It helps with their speaking skills. It helps with communication. So for example, I gave a word and the word was focus. What does focus mean? What does it mean in the dictionary? What does focus mean to me? What does focus mean to my family? And a lot of them had very, very good feedback. They didn't see the word focus in the way that it was presented, and it gave them a whole new perspective. So it could be, I would like to focus on sleeping throughout the night. I have a hard time sleeping. So then they get to give each other that guidance, that support, the advice, or any kind of suggestions, and they give it to each other. So it really holds them accountable. And to me, it's just so beautiful when you walk in and they say, I actually slept for more than 5 hours. And I'm like, good, you should be proud of yourself. So we really do a lot, and that's how we have coped through the pandemic. A lot of it too is seeing family members outside of the shelter, because we are a protective shelter, right? And it's not disclosed, right? It's not disclosed. They do not disclose where the shelter is at. It's how do I meet my family and be safe? How do I get to be with my family and come back knowing that I'm not going to put anyone else or any of the other residents at risk? So we do temperature checks. So that's part of our policies. When you come in, even the staff, we all take a temperature check every time we come in through those doors. We note it down. We wash our hands as far as safety, wearing our masks throughout the shelter, or throughout the home. Those are just the little steps we take. The children are very, very good. The moment they come home from school, they go straight into the shower, they change their clothes and put on a new set of clothes and get ready for story time. So story time is from Monday to Saturday, and this is a great way for our staff and for us as a whole, as ALI, to give the moms that 1 hour to prep dinner, to take a shower. Like, the value of taking a shower, the mothers are just so excited. And also they like to see the children bonding. So we get to bond with the children. We read a story and we see how this story can affect the children and the way they think, how they are feeling, and how they can handle situations. And if not story time, we do activities. We take them out to play for 1 hour while the moms get to do what they need to do for 1 hour. They get that 1 hour of free time. So we all know as moms, we need a little free time, right? And we create those boundaries, and the kids know that that's mommy's time. Let's give her some time. So those are just some of the little things that we do to cope through the pandemic, and also, make sure that we are meeting the needs of COVID, and make sure that we are being safe, not only for ourselves, for our residents, and for each other. So that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, please reach out. You can ask on the chat or when we do our panel.
We actually have a couple of questions for you already, Ms. Mendiola, so I can go ahead and read those out for you. The first one is coming from Ms. Ovi Perez. What data do you have regarding the length of time children stay in shelter due to the lack of foster placement?
Wow. So Ms. Hannah is our social worker for our ALI Children's Shelter, and she does a very beautiful job. And the length of time can be for years, and I would say we did have one child, and from what I remember, this is not the accurate number, but from what I remember, it's about it was in shelter for about 5 years. So, and also it's not only being in the shelter for that length of time, it's also going into a family, and then after 2 years, going back into ALI, and then going back into a family, and the recidivism of that, it does play a toll. The children want a home, they want somewhere, they want to build a family. and they already have that mindset, and to know that to have to help the child cope through that is very hard. So yes, I would say the length of time can be as long as 5 years or more, depending on, you know, how things work out or how things go into place.
Thank you for that, Ms. Mandela. In your presentation, you did mention there is a shortage of staff. Because of the short staff, are volunteers allowed to help out to alleviate this issue?
So currently we don't have any volunteers that can help out with the staff, but there are other ways that volunteers can help. You know, as far as, you know, maybe it could be doing a presentation. So again, like hoping, we do have some of our residents building a community, or starting a community garden. So we have papaya, we have doni, we have things, you know, a lot. We're trying to grow our own garden so we can have fresh foods and fruits and vegetables here at our shelter. So those are some other things you can do. So we have an organization, or you and a group of people would like to do something for the women, of course we can always set that up. But you know, I would suggest just reach out. I'll put my email and our number on the group chat, and then we can talk about it more, because there's more to that than just coming into the shelter. There's other ways that the community can help.
Thank you for that. And then the services such as nutrition and parenting, is that only open to the clients you're currently serving, or is it also open to other women who would like that service but are not needing shelter?
So a lot of our nutrition and parenting classes, it's usually during the day, right? So I would say right now it is only being offered to the women in the shelter, but if we do want to host an event where we invite the community, that's definitely an idea. And it also helps the women come out a little bit more out of their shell, because a lot of it is fear. Fear, even just walking to the store. Is my perpetrator going to be out there? Is someone who knows my perpetrator going to be out there? How do I work through this? It's coming up with a safety plan. So I would say, we can work on doing something where we can have everyone come together. The most important thing is not identifying the families as being in shelter. So we have to come up with a very creative way to make sure that everyone goes in there as a whole and as an individual, and not as, okay, we're having an event and some of these women could be in the shelter. We don't want to identify them as being in the shelter. So those are just some things that I would kind of think about, but definitely a good opportunity to bring to the table.
Perfect. We also had a question regarding a men's shelter. Do you see a need to expand protective shelters to include male survivors?
Thank you for asking that question. So with our Guy Animus project, we currently have 8 adults and 9 children, and 2 of those individuals are males. Yes, there is a need for a male shelter. I can't say how big or how small the shelter that we need, but there is a need. A lot of it has to do with shame, right? Am I going to come out as a male individual, as a proud male individual, come out and say that I feel there have been situations where I've been abused? It's unlikely, but when we have something established in our community like that, for sure know that more will come out, more will speak up. So yes, I do feel there is a need, and working with the male individuals, there is a very high need to have a male shelter for domestic violence and abuse.
Thank you so much for that. And then just a note from Ms. Arlene Duenas, the GCC Human Services Student Organization is hosting a donation drive for Alley Shelter on March 25th, 2022 at GCC room E224 from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. So if you have any questions, you can contact Paulina Duenas at paulina.duenas@guamcc.edu, and that information's in the chat. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Mandela. Do you have any other thoughts you'd like to share before we open it back to our entire panel for a moderated discussion?
No, just continue doing the great work that everyone is doing, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you again as well. We're going to go ahead and leave you spotlighted, and we're going to bring back our other panelists. As we get our panelists back on for Spotlight, if you have any questions for all of our panelists for the moderated discussion, we definitely encourage you to share that in the chat. Okay, so back on the screen with us, we have Miss Audria, Sierra, Miss Stephanie, and of course we do have Mr. Gamboa who's logged in as well. And so if you have any questions for them, but I'll start with one. We know that this year's National Association of Social Work Guam Chapter Conference theme is about restoring hope and rebuilding resilience within the community. So obviously COVID-19 has created unique challenges, obviously for our island and nationwide. How has that impacted your service delivery or the way you reach your target demographics? How has COVID-19 reformed and reshaped your services, and how is your specific organization moving forward to continue to provide these great and much needed resources for our community? And we can go ahead and start in the order of presentation. We can start with Miss Sierra, maybe.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question?
Sorry about that. Sure. We know that COVID-19 has created unique challenges for our island community and for all organizations, right? So how has that COVID-19 impacted the way your services are delivered? We're obviously still in a health pandemic, and so different organizations have had to change the way they deliver their services. How is your organization continuing to deliver its services and meet much needed resources in the community despite the pandemic?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So for my Guiding Hands program, it's actually a COVID-19 specific program, which was created in response to the COVID disaster. So that is because before COVID, the crisis hotline only had less than 30 calls per month. And after the pandemic and COVID coming, of course, everyone is worried, they needed information. The crisis hotline actually had up to 800 calls per month. So the calls really dramatically increased, which made our program very important. And the way that our services have adapted is just, we needed more counselors. And with the help of our program and along with other grant programs, we were able to have more coverage on the hotline. And this has helped, like, just with public health. We were actually part of the directory where people can just like dial a number to get transferred onto our line. And we not only provided crisis counseling services, but also like informational services with people who are calling for different resources needed in the community. For example, like PUA or like emergency housing assistance. We were able to not only like help them talk about the stress that they were experiencing with those issues, but also helping them to find the right people to call, like for public health or other services in the community.
Thanks for that, Sarah. Ms. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about how your service may have been changed in terms of delivery during COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay, so just thankfully we didn't, we didn't shut down. What we did was we had to move quickly into creating a plan to continue all of our services, including keeping our shelters open. So again, we do the proper screening process, and then prior to entry to any of our services, for example, like the shelter services, what we did was we required COVID testing, and it has to be recent and updated with official documentation in order to enter into the shelter programs. With our outpatient services or any of our supportive counseling groups, we did have to minimize the space. So in the beginning of the pandemic, we actually moved into telehealth services. We moved quickly into Zoom services for our youth who needed to continue the supportive groups. And that's for individuals who are not seeking services in-house. A part of that with the telehealth services, once we kind of got comfortable, I was able to gauge like our sizes of our facility, being able to continue to actually host the group in person as long as we were, in line with the government mandates. So once we did that, we went ahead and did a cap per session. Because we've had an increase of referral services and trying to get the youth to get the services, I do believe that our facilitators, they had to break some of their sessions off just to continue the services that were needed. So again, each year during the pandemic, we had to keep adapting and we had to move quickly into continuing the services without having to stop. The only services we ended up having to put a hold on, and that's because of contract reasons, was our Strengthening Families program. So hopefully our cohort, once everything is good to go again, we can get that cohort starting up. But other than that, of course, health and safety is the top priority for us, ensuring the safety of our clients, especially because our clients actually go out to their home schools. So we may require in-house testing. We do have isolation processes, although we're not completely equipped to do isolations in-house. But of course, we always have to make do with what we have, right? So, quickly we adapt to any changes that are made, and most especially if it's the government mandates. So that's how we've been operating. So again, thankfully, we have not closed our doors. We just kept everything open and moved in the most, healthy and protective way for us to continue serving.
Thank you for that, Ms. Stephanie. We'll go ahead and go with Mr. Roy. How have your services delivery been impacted by COVID-19 pandemic?
Hey, Amanda. Yeah, thank you very much. Since COVID, there has been a big increase and a need of our services. Isolation is a very negative thing, negatively impacts veterans when there is no social communication and things like that. So because of the flexibility with all of our officers and our members, we're able to react in some instances 24/7 for those that are in dire need of somebody to talk to, and just sometimes just needing a friend that can sit there, talk with them, understand some of the things that they're going through. So services have increased, and so what we are working with is the officers and people that are willing to go through assist training and safe talk training. That just creates a better environment for us to convey a more positive message when we do meet with veterans that need our help. So definitely impacted.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Gamboa. And I know for Audra, that's probably a similar situation. I know that there's research that says that during the COVID-19 pandemic, because of isolation, you see greater cases of domestic violence. So do you want to talk a little bit about how COVID-19 impacted your service delivery and your services in general?
Thank you. So during COVID, we definitely did get an influx of calls into our hotline, and it has gone up tremendously. We have been full house nonstop since the pandemic. It has been, and it's still ongoing. So yes, it has affected us in that way, but we are happy that more women and families are coming out and speaking up and looking for help. We also have how it has affected us at the shelter is, of course, to make sure that we don't have burnout, right? We don't have any burnout, which can happen and is possible, right? And also to avoid shutdown, like Stephanie had mentioned, we don't want to have the shelter shut down, because then that stops us from our services or providing the ultimate services that we are offering to any of the individuals who come into the shelter. So just, being hands-on, thinking on the clock 24/7, coming up with a safety plan, not only for our shelter, making sure that there's always a room if there ever needs to be someone, or if there's ever someone who needs to be in quarantine or do a self-quarantine, make sure there's a room, make sure it's close to an area, a kitchen area, a restroom area, just making sure that we meet the needs of the residents, as well as how do we achieve all the goals we want to achieve as allies. and during this pandemic. So we've definitely had to be very, very creative, and also be very creative with our partners too and other agencies on how to provide these services and these continuum of care. So it's not only what we do during their time in the shelter, but as they transition out and into their own homes or into other housing programs, it's the continuum of care. And how do we provide the continuum of care while being safe and keeping everyone else safe and meeting the goals again? So definitely it has affected us, but we continue to move forward every day. And we don't only take suggestions from within our staff or from within ourselves, but we also look to our residents because they know what they need best, right? And they give us a lot of great feedback, and it helps out a lot. So we're all on the same page, and we all are in this together.
Thank you for that, Audra. We do have a question in the chat regarding services for individuals who are incarcerated or soon to be released prisoners. Do any of you have any programs that cater to individuals who are incarcerated or will be released anytime soon? And we can go ahead and open the floor, and any of you guys can start with that.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I was going to say, can you say the question again?
Sure, there was just a question regarding any services for incarcerated individuals that are offered within your programs or individuals who will be released sometime soon. So it looks like Mr. Gamboa, did you want to start the discussion?
Yeah, sure. It doesn't matter as long as they have the title of veteran. We'll definitely help them out, incarcerated or not. We don't have those limitations such as some of the federal programs that could limit some work. So for us, it doesn't matter, good, bad, or ugly. If you've earned the title, you raised your right hand, served in any of the military branches, we can provide our services, and we don't ask for anything in return. Now, on a more general statement, I believe the Department of Labor and the American Job Center has some programs or some grants to also help with returning citizens.
That's great information, Mr. Gamboa. Ms. Stephanie, did you have something to share as well?
Yes. Well, if it's adults, if it has to deal with adults being released or incarcerated, for our services, especially if they are young adults between the ages of 17 to 24, it really depends. It's a case-by-case scenario. We would also have to take a look at the police and court clearance or the crimes that are committed. The reason why I bring that up is because we actually have been having a good amount of referrals from, let's say, adult probation, individuals who are getting to released and have no home to go to. So they kind of tap into our Guahan Local Hotlines or our transitional living program. But again, it's all in a case-by-case scenario for the individual. It really depends on the crime that is committed. And we also have to take a look at the overall stakeholders that we are currently serving, our consumers or our clients and residents. We have to take a look at their current backgrounds because, of course, Sanctuary is more known for serving, especially, victims of crime or individuals who are neglected and whatnot. So again, it is a case-by-case scenario. I always say to everybody, it doesn't hurt to, just make the phone call and see what we're able to offer from there.
Thanks, Ms. Stephanie. Do any of our other panelists have any thoughts to share regarding their services or programs that may serve our incarcerated individuals?
So the crisis hotline, we don't discriminate. So anyone can call. If they are incarcerated, or if they just got out, they can just call to talk about any struggles that they may be facing. And if they do need further services, then we can try and refer them to more specific services for them.
Thanks, Yara. Do you have any thoughts to share, Ms. Audra?
Just some thoughts. So, of course, in some situation, and of course, in certain cases, a perpetrator may be incarcerated, and the individual may have a protective order from this from their perpetrator. So they are notified if they are being released into the community. So, something that we don't currently have, but something that is very interesting to explore is we do help, right, our victim survivors cope and move in and transition into self-determination into the community, right? Living independently on their own. And when they find out that their perpetrator is being released, there's that fear again. It comes back and it triggers. So it's coming up with that safety plan. But also, if there are programs out there that can assist perpetrators, because they also need help, they need help as well, and they might be open to the assistance that agencies may be providing. So it's also giving that resources to them too, so they can be better persons in the community as well, because we don't want to disregard anyone, right? We're here for everybody and anyone who needs help. But of course, for Ali, our priority is the safety of our clients and the females in the home and the children. But that is something very good to explore, and collaborating with our community partners. So that way, not only are we helping our women in the shelter, but we're also giving them that little bit of hope that, I can feel safe because this person's also going to get help themselves and it's going to be reached out to them. So definitely something to explore. Thank you so much for that question.
Thanks, Ms. Adria. I do have a question in the chat. Can you elaborate on the Strengthen Families program?
Okay,
I believe that's Ms. Stephanie. Yeah.
Yes. So our SFP program is mostly court ordered. We do have other referrals, directly where if the individual has heard about it before, they don't have to wait for court. They can inquire with us at our main office anytime between Monday through Friday. The SFP program pretty much is a strength-based program for families. We, especially like the clients that we do serve in-house, we try to get their families to attend the program if they qualify, so that way they're able to get the different services, or the way, pretty much how the program is able to help them is like effective communication, being able to build a healthy relationship as a family. It also gives them tools on how to pretty much regain, that entire family dynamic. I've seen a lot of wonders through the program. That's why I'm really hoping that this year we can get the cohorts starting back up. So we are waiting on that. And, right now what we're doing is we're kind of shifting the families into our parenting skills and parent support group until that SFP program can start back up again.
Thanks, Ms. Stephanie. As a reminder, if you have a question or comments for our panel today, please share in the chat. We'd love to get some questions answered by our amazing panelists and about their amazing programs that they do have to offer in the community. It looks like right now we don't have any questions, but I'm going to go ahead and open up the floor to our panelists. Are there any thoughts that you'd like to share after hearing the discussion, hearing about each other's programs and offering? The potential for collaboration was discussed in each of your presentations. And so I guess we can talk a little bit about how these collaborations can help our social workers better serve their clients.
Yep, thank you, Amanda. I'll go ahead and put it out there. If you are a social worker and having difficulty with reaching across to your veteran, I put my phone number out there to share. Please do share these slides with everyone that does request, Amanda. So for us, again, with veterans, if you seem to be having a difficult time communicating or understanding, we'll definitely be able to collaborate, and maybe we can help by sitting in or shedding some light, maybe providing a different perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gambo. And we'll be sure to share those slides. We also had a request, Ms. Stephanie, for your slides as well. Are we able to get those shared in the chat too? And if you want to talk about any collaborations you have in the community as well too.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll share that in the chat group, and then I'll also send it via email. I know I saw a couple of messages, so I went ahead and sent it to them, but I'll place it also in the chat. Again, if you guys are, looking for youth services specifically, I always offer to to everybody, contact our crisis hotline at the 475-7100. You can text it to 787-6280. We are on Facebook and Instagram. So again, whoever the crisis worker is able to get a hold of that, and they're able to, they're able to respond back to the inquiries. So it won't only be us as the crisis worker, actually our executive director, and we do have another team behind our social media that's able to access any of the inquiries that you do have. I will put my email address also on the chat group. You are more than welcome to email me. And again, like I said, text and whatnot, because I'm usually out in the field and then back in the office. So again, either way, you can get a hold of me through that if you want to inquire about more of the services that we have to offer. I do want to thank you guys, Amanda and your team, and Yoji. Thank you guys very much for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to come to the NASW conference each year to be able to share sanctuary services. Actually, in 2005, I thought I'd share, but since 2005, and as I was going along with sanctuary, I've actually was able to participate in NASW several times, especially in person. And I wish we can get back to that, because you get to see all the great partners, your friends, and everybody that you work with. And I'll be honest, I was getting a couple of text messages while I'm on the conference, telling me to smile. I'm like, I am smiling, but it's just, I know it's an early morning for everybody. But again, thank you guys for all the hard work that guys all do to our social workers. It is a never ending. I know that we hear each other's, frustration and emotions and whatnot through a lot of our work, but the families and everybody that we serve here on our island, they wouldn't get that help if we weren't there. If we weren't here to do what we're here to do for those families. And I'm so glad that those services are here today compared to before, because I know many people can say that it was never there. So again, kudos to all of you. I can only see very few names because, we're popped up on one screen. So Ms. Rose Rages, kudos to you and congratulations, and to the rest of the team that I see. I was going to name a couple, but there's a lot of them that I know on the list. So again, thank you all so very much for all the work that you guys do, the patience you have to include working with Sanctuary. I know sometimes it gets crazy, but again, thank you guys very much for everything you guys do for the community.
Thanks for that, Ms. Stephanie. It looks like we're coming up to just about the end of our panel. So I'm going to go ahead and open it again to our panelists for any final words. We'll go ahead and go in the order of your presentation, starting with Ms. Ciara.
Yes, I just wanted to echo what Stephanie said. Just thank you so much for holding this conference, and to the other panel members, I think your services are definitely going to be helpful for Mangagiham and the hotline, because there are people who, they're veterans and also victims and families who call. So your services are definitely going to be helpful for us to share with them when they call, especially if they need more than just event sesh, or if it's more than just something like a crisis situation and they need more specific services. So thank you, social workers, for everything that you do. And I know it's not easy, just like what Stephanie said. It's something that is very meaningful, but it can be very hard. So that's also why we're here. It's not just to help other people in the community, but also you too. So don't hesitate to reach out to us. I also put our flyer in the chat, and that has our phone number and also some signs to look out for when you're feeling stressed. So thank you again.
Thanks, Ms. Ciara. We'll go ahead and move on to Ms. Stephanie for some closing words.
Okay, I was gonna say, I think we missed Audrey. Right, we missed Audrey. Sorry, Audrey,
we were gonna,
go ahead.
we can go with Ms. Audrey first if you'd like. We're gonna go in the order of presentation, but either way.
Okay, yeah, so some final words. I do want to extend a big thank you to our community partners who we currently are working with, like Menyetlu, Barrow, GSAT, theaters, you're all, all the work that you guys do, and, for working with me and with the individuals and the women that I'm working with, the families, for continuing your services and your dedication and your patience. Very, very important, and your understanding, and also with collaborating and coming up with strategies to better serve our community, and for 988 for continuing to do the work that you do with our hotline. Definitely a big source of connection, right, to all the agencies out there. So thank you, and very informational just being a part of the 988 coalition and the coalition for family violence and sexual assault. So we are very grateful and to be a part of this, big team that we have here in Guahan. And to Mr. Roy, I appreciate all the information that you're giving. Definitely, because we do get calls to Ali, even if they're not for domestic violence. If there is ever a call that we get for veterans, for sure we're going to reach out to you guys. So I look forward to doing more collaboration. Thank you guys, and thank you, Stephanie.
Miss Stephanie, we'll move on to you.
Okay, just thank you guys again for everything that you guys do, and thank you to the UOG team for having us on, all of us as the panelists, and not just kudos to everybody that's on the conference, but kudos to the panelists, our partners that are here, for all the great work that you guys do as well.
Thanks for that, Miss Stephanie. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Roy. Oh, we might be having some connectivity issues, but thank you again, Mr. Roy, for coming and talking a little more about the services that Got Your 671 offers for our veterans. Oh, Mr. Roy, are you with us now?
Yes. My apologies, I was actually distracted. Yeah, sure. For GY 671, last final closing thought. Veterans are a big part of our community. And so definitely, if you're having difficulties with breaking barriers or communicating, we offer our help and our services. My contact information, our contact information is there. Definitely look us up on Facebook and Instagram. It is a very unique community, and just providing any help that we can, collaborating with everybody here will be a definite plus. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. And once again, thank you to our 4 panelists for being part of our panel on Guahan Crisis Services and Initiatives. We will now take a 1-hour lunch break, but please feel free to join us during the break for some interactive activities presented by the UOG social work students. Once again, thank you for being part of our panel. We'll be sure to share their contact information and any additional flyers and PowerPoints that they did share with us today through our day 1 recap that will be sent via email to all of you who have joined us. And once again, thank you for being part of our panel on Guahan Crisis Services, and thank you all for joining us. We'll see you after lunch.
For those that are coming in, remember where you're from. Remember your roots. Be grounded in your ethics. Be grounded in the reasons why you became a social worker, and stay grounded. And one of the things that I really love about my work, especially, is no matter how difficult it is, I saw a client. I'm a counselor for adolescents, and the other day, and we were talking about positive affirmations, right? And I asked her part of her homework was to go look up positive quotes. And she said, be the rainbow in someone's cloud. So I thought that was just so inspiring. So as a social worker, we're pushing for continued increase in pay. But if you're looking for higher pay, then it's not really the field if you really want to make big money. But we're changing that, and hopefully with the advocacy efforts as well, we're changing so that we can at least be more comparable to the national standards. So that's another thing about advocacy work that NASW has been pushing for, is the increase in social work pay.
So social work is an amazing profession, and it's amazing because you can do so many different things as a social worker. You can be all administrative, and there's really, really important work that needs to be done at administrative levels. And then you can also be a counselor or a therapist, and of course you're working one-on-one with a person or with families in that capacity. And then you can work on a broader scale as a community organizer, or just mobilizing groups of people that need support. And so the really awesome thing about this profession and being a social worker is just that there are so many different things that you can do, and it's not just one position and one job that pays a certain amount or whatever. It's like you can just expand and be so creative in the profession. So yeah, this is what I love about being a social worker, and I'm gonna be a social worker until the day I leave this earth. So, social worker at heart always.
It definitely has to come with the fact of compassion, the forward love, the unconditional theme of love. It's just helping is not just helping, it's totally being in it, being in the moment with the people you serve in the community, the providers, being a team of interagency of developments of services that we all come together as it takes a whole village, the whole dynamic of the community to help one family, one person.
So to all my social work friends out there, and those who are currently in the profession and those who are about to start the profession, I want to say congratulations to you and thank you for this career that you chose for yourself. However, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be that career where you're going to leave after 5. It's going to be one of those careers where you're going to be expected to do a lot more than what you normally can do. But to hang in there, because in this field, it's very rewarding, and you will see a change, not in your clients, but also a change in yourself. And just remember, not everyone can do this profession, but we can.
Social work is not about the money, that's for sure. Social work is definitely about compassion and passion for helping not just the population of Guam, but our brothers and sisters in Micronesia. And I think at the end of the day, I've always been told by a professor that social work chooses you. You'll know if this is the job for you or not. And no matter how many different capacities you hold, or agencies or places you go to, that being here at home at UOG has definitely set the foundation to allow us to realize if we really want to be in this field or not. So we're very blessed to have professors that are great at what they do. We have agencies who appreciate the social workers in the capacity, and we have a community who definitely acknowledges our social workers in the field.
Something that inspires me and gives me hope is truly all the other social work. Seeing their amazing work that they do every single day really just inspires me and gives me the drive to continue doing what I do. And I'm so excited to graduate in May and join them all out in the field.
We would like to thank them for all their hard work and dedication to the people of our island. I know this work is very hard, and we continue to show up despite all the challenges we go through.
One of the changes, the advocacy that we've really pushed is to get licensure on Guam, and seeing that being able to have our clients protected for unethical practices, the fact that social workers title is protected as well if once we have licensed social worker. So those advocacy that we've done in the past is meaningful and provides us with hope also. That's very, very important. The social justice issues that surrounds Guam in terms of the changing LGBTQ, that has been very personal for me because of my family. I have a daughter who's a lesbian, And so, you know, the changes around that advocacy of making equality come to them has really been very good. Changes in the policy for legislation for other social justice areas we continue to push for.
I am really inspired by the work that I get to do as a social worker because I meet new people all the time. I'm always meeting people in terms of clients or folks that I'm working with, but I also meet people who are other professionals that are working together in teams. And so something that is really, really special though about this job is that I personally have really learned about the concept of humility. And no matter how many years someone can be in this profession, I don't think it means that you ever forget to be humble. I get checked by people all the time, and I take it, and I understand that this is part of my learning process as a professional, and I love it. I love just getting to learn and expand all the time, and yes, learning from books and conferences is cool. Reading articles and things like that, that's cool. But when I get to work with people, understand their stories and their lives and how they deal with things, and that teaches me a lot. So I think that's something that I really just love about the profession.
In part of advocacy, there's a new program which I actually have changed. I was a child welfare social worker for 22 years in the Child Protective Services, and I wanted to do something proactive in part of helping, and I was offered to public defender as a first social worker on Guam, to focus on the client itself as a whole and provide the services they need beyond the fact of the legal system. So an advocacy is all we need is someone to speak, to be heard, and that's one of the best things you can do is to be heard and be the change.
I want to say for me that when I was a student, one aspect of advocacy that I really appreciated was seeing those committed to working for the homeless. And that's why I'm in this population, because I have witnessed family members in my life, friends in my life through high school who went through homelessness. I didn't even know they were homeless until I saw them pick up, from living in poverty to bettering themselves today, all because of a social worker. And, in this homeless profession, working with homeless people as a social worker, a lot of people will say that there's not much help, but I want to say that there is. We have so much support. It's the passion that keeps us going in this work of advocacy. So.
The people that were before me, a lot of resources, a lot of organizations that are now here on Guam is because of advocates before me. It's because of people before me who knew that there was justice that needed to happen in our community. It doesn't have to be with the disabled. It doesn't have to be with those people who we know need it. It's for those who you don't see. Those are in the darkness. Children who don't have a voice. So it's definitely those entrepreneurs who started out the program, who continue to be here after 20 years, who I thought retired and come back because they know that the community of Guam needs it. So for me, it's just seeing that little spark of hope and passion that even if you're here on Guam for a little bit or you decide to make Guam your home to do social work, the little you do goes a long way in the community.
I think if you're interested in joining the social work program or just really interested in learning a little bit more about social work, definitely do it. There's lots of resources on uog.edu to look at how you can get into the BSW program. You can also look at GCC through the Human Services program. Their program is amazing.
For me, a really important thing to advocate for is for persons with alcohol and substance use disorders, and I think we're going somewhere with that. We're continuing to get them the help that they need.
Okay, so hi, good afternoon everyone that has stayed with us during this lunchtime break. I want to say, first of all, thank you to our panelists for sharing that very helpful information about your agencies and your services. Keep up the good work and viva social work. So Today we have a fun game activity for you, and I am here with my group mate, Teresa Palacio. Teresa, if you can quickly introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone.
So the game that we have for you is called Guess the Gibberish. And so let me share screen real quickly. Okay. So we have the game here called Guess the Gibberish. And the point of the game is that we are going to be showing a phrase on the screen. And for the participants joining, you guys have to read the phrase out loud, or like you have to read the phrase phonetically and sound it out and try and figure out what the actual phrase is. So the example. So for the example here, we have real agent SIP goals. If you read it really fast, real agent SIP goals, it almost starts to sound like relationship goals, which is the correct answer. So Teresa here is going to be timing the event. We're given about a minute per phrase, and she will give you like a 30-second to 10-second warning when the time is almost up. If you guys start to have the answers, please feel free to put it in the chat. But if you start having the answers, please do not blurt it out loud. We want to give the others a chance to be able to figure out the correct answer. So ready when you are, Teresa.
Okay, everybody ready? Timer starts now.
Hey, sorry, my bad, people. There we go. So the first phrase is foot come up. Okay, so some of them we have cucumber, foodie coma. I don't know how you got cucumber, but good try.
10 seconds.
Okay, so time's up. So the actual correct answer is food coma. You guys got it.
Good job, everybody. Minus cucumber.
Okay, so you guys ready for the next phrase?
Woohoo!
Letting you know we have 12 of these. So right now we're moving on to the second one. So the second phrase is, ready, Teresa?
Ready. Timer starts when you turn the good.
Now. So
now.
A dull thing. Man, you guys are fast. I'm like looking at it.
What am I doing?
Eric says, what am I doing? Or what I'm doing. Y'all's English comprehension is off the charts, according to Nate. How many seconds left?
30, halfway.
30 seconds? Okay, we'll give it a couple more people, like a few more seconds if they haven't answered yet. But yeah, for the most part, a lot of you are getting it.
Sid, maybe don't read it out loud for the next one. Just stay silent. 10 seconds.
10 seconds?
Yeah. And time is up.
Okay. And you guys got it correct. It is adulting. Okay. So time for the third phrase. And go.
Timer starts now.
My accent is making this hard.
Oh, the chat's going off.
I know. I can't with myself. I trust y'all.
30 seconds.
I feel like we're giving them too much time. Should we try upping the time a little, or like lowering the time a bit?
We can.
Because I think they're getting it within the first 15 to 10 seconds. So, so I guess maybe we should try going for 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last few seconds. And time is up.
And you guys are right. Photo bum is photobomb. Okay, so we decided, because you guys are getting this on point pretty quickly, we are going to lower the time down to about 30 seconds. Okay, ready? And go.
Go.
Jesuit.
15 seconds left. 5 seconds left.
Jesuit.
And time's up.
Nike.
Yeah, you guys
Good
are
job,
correct.
guys.
Honestly, when we tried doing this, it was pretty hard. I was struggling to do this, but yes, you guys are correct. It is just do it. Okay, so now moving on to our next one. Ready?
Ready.
And go.
5 seconds. And time's up.
Yes, Jessica is correct. It is cucumber. No, I'm joking. No, it is Mark Zuckerberg. And so, wait, who is Mark Zuckerberg again? I feel bad for not knowing.
The one who created Facebook, the social media entrepreneur.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. That guy.
The
Yes,
Facebook
it is Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, so now moving on to the next one. I'm hoping that these are a little harder for you guys. So, okay, ready? And go.
Nope. Few seconds left. And time is up.
I love it because you guys are getting it correct, but I'm also loving the random comments that you guys are leaving as well. Like someone, like from Rihanna, who owns these ones? But yes, you're correct. It is You Only Live Once. Okay, so you guys are doing really well. Should we speed up the time or no? Should we keep it at like 10, or should we go for like 10 seconds? You think they'll be able to handle them?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, so 10 seconds only. No warning. I'll just say start, stop.
Okay, you guys ready? We're gonna try for 10 seconds, okay? And go. I love it because everyone's like speed rushing to type it in.
Stop.
And
who was the first one?
The first one was, let's see.
Oh, then going up.
I can't keep it.
Erica.
Good job.
Yeah, but yes, it
was
is.
only like
I
a few
can't
seconds.
keep it. That was pretty fast. Yeah. Okay, let's go. And start.
Oh.
My
6
fingers-
seconds, 7 seconds.
I love it. My fingers can only go so fast.
And time. You guys got above 11 seconds, actually.
You're right. Yeah. Haters gonna hate. And again,
Haters gonna
you
hate.
got it. Man, girl, you must know these phrases by heart. But yeah, no, that's correct. Okay. Ready? Wait, everyone like need a break or so? Your fingers good? Anyone's fingers cramping? Carpal tunnel on anyone? Carpal tunnel on anyone? No? I just want to make sure, you know? But okay. So, ready for the next one. And go.
Time is the new Roman.
And time.
You're right.
Good job. The font we all know and love.
The font that's always required for APA. Yes, Times New Roman. I love it though, because some people
My
are
favorite font.
like, correct. And then everyone else is like typing the actual phrase.
See, yeah, I thought ramen too when I first read it.
Same. I thought it was the same thing too. Okay. Ready for the next one? Let's see who's gonna get it first. And go.
Go.
I think this one might be one of the harder ones. This one took us an hour to figure out.
My foreign language.
I'm joking. No, it didn't take us an hour.
Okay, maybe I'll make this one 30 seconds, 15 seconds, just pass. NFL player. Universal.
Yeah,
5 seconds left, guys. And time's up.
Yeah, that's correct.
Universal healthcare.
That is correct. Honestly, like you were almost there. Some of you were almost there. Some of you put universal self-care. But yeah, you guys were almost there. This one was one of the harder ones that kind of took us maybe about like 10 minutes or so to take. But yeah.
Football still on the mind, NFL player.
I know. Okay, ready for the next one? And go.
Go.
Fidget show. Fidget so.
I'm liking the answers for this one.
Oh, Gilmore Girls. That was Sticky Keys.
Joe Biden.
What are these comments?
I'm sorry, time is up. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Yes, good job to everybody that put binge watching.
Woo. Oh, they got it? It's in the 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Right.
it was actually 30 seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, the chat was funny.
And I see that one of you guys are like a fan of Gilmore Girls. Awesome. Okay. Now it's starting to go for the next one. Ready? And go.
Go.
Letting you guys know this is our last one. And shout out to Miss Kayleen Rages because this is one that she came up with on her own.
15 seconds.
Candy, sweet candy. Gun in my hair. Gum in my hair. Eric! Correctly next time.
And time's up, 30 seconds.
If you guessed
And
gum in
good
hair,
job.
yes it is. So to everyone that participated in this game, thank you so much for spending time with us. And you guys now not only know Pig Latin before, you also know gibberish. Have fun with our next group's activity. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Oh boy, okay. Off a day, everyone. Thank you to all the social workers, students, and everybody else attending. Thank you to those who presented and answered questions. So thank you, Mr. Roy, Miss Audria, Miss Sierra, and Miss Stephanie. Your presentations were pretty great. Also, thank you to the first icebreaker group. Thanks, Sydney and Teresa. That was wacky, good fun. So my name is Nathan Javier. I'm part of the second icebreaker group with my classmates. Geraldine Cabusi, Gerald Fel Carino, and Liesl Flores. So thank you for having us. And our icebreaker, while all of you are on lunch break, is just a little Kahoot, if you're all familiar with that. It's an online trivia game that you can access from your computers or cell phones, and we'll show you how to do it. Ours has got 21 questions and it's structured to take around like 15 minutes, give or take. Ideally, maybe you'll speed through it, maybe you'll take your time. And it has general trivia questions as well as questions about social work and even some poll questions and open-ended questions that we could probably use for like data on how we're doing on the conference or just everybody else. So yeah, Jerry, you can share your screen now. Nice. Okay, so you can either go online and use the game pin, or you can use your cell phones to scan the QR code. And when Jerry sees that enough players have joined, then we can start. I like that it's all just my classmates. I'm not calling anybody out, but yeah, also just feel free to watch. We can actually have up to 100 participants. So I don't know if we're going to reach that, but that would be interesting if we did. Let's see, Sydney, Malia, Alexine, Pinky, Anita, Larry, Clara. All of these guys are from my cohort. I'm graduating with them. Sorry about that. So which Fiesta dish do you get most excited about? Also, hi, Dr. Lazama. I'm hungry too, Pinky. So we got barbecue, beef kelaguen, coconut crab, red rice. Can't go wrong with red rice. Chicken kelaguen. I'm actually allergic to shrimp, so have fun with that. We got eggplant and finadeni. Oh, these are all good. I've never tried parrotfish, but I will one day. Quiz question: which breed of dogs is usually used by the police? Correct, it is German Shepherd. I have no idea who chose Greyhounds or Rottweilers, but good luck with that. And Jerica's on top. Nice. Larry, you're almost there. Just answer quicker next time. You too, Juani and Coco and Ari. You guys got this. All right, what is the only food that doesn't spoil? It's honey. I actually got that wrong too because I thought it would have been water. But honestly, no food goes bad if you're just down. And good job. Jarek is still on top and Hani's making it up there. What is the fastest human sense? And honestly, Twinkies don't sound bad right now. I actually haven't eaten anything. It is hearing. Good job, y'all. Because I got that wrong also. What village or city are you from? So we got Zigu, we got Santa Rita, MTM, we got my old pal Zonia rules, got Timuning, Manila, Dedado, Mongmong, and Lahan, Zonia. Nice. I live in Dedado. What is the longest muscle in the body? Dang, Jess, why are you clowning on Dedado? It's not that bad. And yes, it is the tongue. I actually thought it was the skin at first, but I guess it wasn't. And Bree beat Jerica. Nice. You gotta get it back, Jerica. You got this. What location can you find these two carabaos in Guahan? The answer is Two Lovers Point. I've actually never seen them there, but I don't have very good observation skills. Is an open-ended one. What agency do you work for? I know a lot of us are students, so we don't work for any agency. I would have also thought it was Bank of Guam also, Brian, maybe. The agency I work for is home because I don't have a job. Also, shout out to Eric at Lighthouse Recovery Center. Nice, unemployed gang, let's go. Well, I have no idea what any of these are, but thank you anyway. So you got CPS, you got students, we have unemployed people, we have Gala, GBHWC, not employed yet. That's a good answer. Social work students, yes. Awesome answers, awesome answers. Not available, that's fine too. What is the most common name in the world? It is Muhammad. I would have also thought it was John, but I knew Muhammad a while ago. Oh, Jerica's back on top. Oh. You got this, Bree. You got to dethrone her again. Which celebrity has a social work degree? Thank you, Kayleen. It's a lot easier when your audience is just a screen. You know, Limoy, I don't know either, but the answer is Martin Short, and barely anybody got Martin Short. What are the federal states of Micronesia? Yeah, it actually was Martin Short, but I still have no idea who Martin Short is. So I'm as lost as 90% of everybody who's playing. It is Causeway, Pompey, Yap, and Chook. So shout out to all my FSM buddies. Dang, Jericho's on a roll. Maybe Jericho just like don't answer anymore. Is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to? So we have someone's mom. Oh, me? Oh, that's right. Shout out to me. Dr. Lazama. Thank you, Dr. Lazama. Please give us a perfect grade for this one. Shout out to children. Audrey Mendiola. She was inspiring. Sinahanya, FKC social workers. All social work professors at UOG. Thank you for your services. Please give us all perfect grades. And Jennifer Cruz. And Jerica. Somebody beat Jerica. But if Jerica wins, that's fine too. What word comes to, what word comes to mind when you think about social work? Empathy is a good one. We all need to be empathetic when we go into the field. One of the greatest traits we can have. Let's see, we got hard work, meaningful, yes, competence, networking, also another important thing we need to know how to do. Service, empowerment, advocacy, wizards, all right. I like wizards also. Life, hospitality, change services, passionate, these are good ones. And teamwork, we all have to learn how to work in a team. Here's another quiz question. Which is the only animal that cannot jump? The answer is me because I'm 5'6" and I can't jump over 1 foot. The answer is the elephant. You would think it would be a giraffe because of how much height it's got already, but it's actually the elephant. What color is the blood of a lobster? Yeah, and can you imagine if elephants could actually jump? I think that would be pretty terrifying. I feel like poachers would get more mollyrocked by elephants than anything else. And yes, the answer is blue. That's a good one. Okay, Malia, it's up to you to beat Jerica, or you can ask her to stop answering. How old are you? So this is just our age ranges in this. Yeah, that's what I thought. 18 to 33 is the main demographic for us in our cohort. So glad to know that we're all around the same age, or most of us. Oh, we got 2 people from 49 to 63. Also, what show are you watching right now, whether it's on Netflix, Hulu, HBO? I don't really watch anything much other than anime, but even I haven't watched anime in a while, so I'm not really watching anything. Oh, the NASW conference? Me too, buddy. Me too. Oh no, whoops. So we got Survivor, 911 Los Angeles, Kanye trilogy. All right, bud. Good Girls, Dynasty, Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai is cringe, but it's like good cringe. So I guess I enjoyed a lot. The Last Kingdom, Rookie, Cleaning Lady, Criminal Minds. I used to watch that. One Piece. You can never stop watching One Piece because it's never going to finish. Oh, and Vampire Diaries. I haven't watched that in years. Oh, The Nathan Show? Got you, dude. Got you. These are good ones. Multi-select. Who won the NASW Guam Chapter 2020 Social Workers of the Year Award? So you should all just choose your professors so they know that you chose them, even if it's wrong, just so they know that you care. And maybe they'll give you a better grade in class. So the answers were Lavelle Baza and Juan Martin. So Miss Baza is actually my professor. So Miss Baza, if you're watching this, give me a good grade also. Geez, Jerica just reached 10,000. Somebody's got to be her, dude. All right, so what do you think for individuals wishing to become therapists, should they experience personal therapy? So a lot of you chose that it should be encouraged strongly, but not required. Some of you chose it should be an absolute necessity. And quite a bit of you said that it's not an important factor in a therapist's capacity to work with others. Those are all interesting questions. I'm pretty sure all of them are valid. So what are you having for lunch right now? For me, I'm having nothing because I'm busy doing this. Not that I don't enjoy it. I love doing this. This is actually kind of fun. Also, give me recommendations on what to cook after I'm done with this so I could enjoy my food and enjoy the rest of this conference. Air and water? Me too. Wow, someone's a comedian. Leftovers? Maybe I'll eat leftovers. Spam fried rice, you can't go wrong with that. Oh, menudo. I haven't had menudo in ages. Boiled eggs, nice. Air gang, let's go, let's go. So you also got tzitzis, Subway meatball 6-inch sandwich, fried sinigang, chicken curry. I used to be allergic to chicken curry, but recently I learned that I probably grew out of the allergy. Kimchi bowl, chicken salad, LSG Sky Chefs, overnight oats, nothing. Me too, buddy, me too. Noodles, Zoom, me too. All of us actually. These are all good answers. You guys are funny. And your last question is, in what sport would you hear the word love? For me, I never use the word love because I love to win. That's the only time we'll use the word love. And the answer is tennis. So good job, everyone. You guys did awesome. Oh, we got Tori for 7 out of 12. We also have Malia in second place. And we got Jerica. So good job, Jerica, for getting first place. Good job, Malia. You did just as good. Good job, Tori. You also did really great. Good job to you three. You guys are the smartest in our cohort, and this is evidence. So go, everybody. Also, that's it. Thank you for everybody who participated in the COOD. Thank you to Ms. Camille for having us, and thank you to my group mates, Jerry, Jerafel, and Liesel. You guys carried this whole thing. I'm only the speaker. So thank you all. Love you guys a lot.
Hafide, my name is Eric Borja. I am a BSW student here at the UOG. My peers and I are hoping that you're enjoying the conference so far. We have prepared for you, for your lunchtime entertainment, some songs of hope and resiliency. And without further ado, let's get right to it. So for our first video is a song written by myself, which is entitled Change My Life. This song is about my personal struggle in my drug addiction and how having that support and guidance helped me to make a change and rise up. Hope you enjoy.
choices that I made got me in trouble all the time. I think it's time for a change. I think it's time to change my life, change my ways, for better days in my life, change my ways, for better days in my life. Ooh, oh, yeah. Change my life, 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 change my life.
So for our second song is another song I've written and is entitled Right Beside Me. In this song, it talks about how I found faith and hope in others' experiences to help build me. It was definitely not easy, but with the right people in your corner, it is possible. Hope you enjoy this one.
What I thought was fun was only an illusion. What I thought was life was really desperation. I was given another chance to relive my life with no regrets. Gotta take it, gotta run with it, get what I can get. Gotta take it, gotta run with it and get what I can get, yeah. No faith got me nowhere, no trust took this hole deeper. Helping one another really open my eyes. I'm walking through this door no matter what size, yeah. No faith got me nowhere, no trust took this hole deeper. Helping one another really open my eyes. I'm walking through this door no matter what size. I'm climbing this mountain with you so I can be set free. Time for me to let my life live. Now I'm happy with being me. While we climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see. While we climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see you right beside me. Right beside me. I've done things I wouldn't have done. A treasure out of darkness I have become, yeah. A message of hope stabbed me deep in my heart. I came to believe that this was the start, yeah. Beginning of a lifelong journey. Beginning of a lifelong journey, yeah. I thank you, my friend. Yes, you are my friend. My friend for all eternity. I'll be climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see. Time for me to let my life live. Now I'm happy with being me. While we climbing this mountain with you, then I'll see, yeah, yeah, yeah,
So for our final song is a song by recording artist India Irie, entitled I Am Light. This song entails a spiritual message that you have to remember who you truly are. We are not problems and insecurities. We are the light to remember that this life we live by requires us to truly believe in ourselves as the light of hope, happiness, and love. Enjoy.
Mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that caused me pain. I am not the pieces of the dream I left behind. I am light. I am light. I am light. I am light.
Okay. Okay, thank you, social workers. Thank you, social workers. Wait, hold it. So we're gonna say thank you, social workers. Pause and say Viva social work. Okay. You ready? 3, and then we'll say Viva social workers. Count your head. 2. Count your head. There you go. Ready? 3. Okay, wait, no. Okay, here we go. Ready? Okay. Good, right there. Okay, wait.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, social workers. Viva social work.
That's it.
Peace. So that concludes our presentation for our lunchtime entertainment. On behalf of my peers and I, we hope that you enjoy the rest of the social work conference and you all have a good day. Thank you. Masi.
Hi, everyone. That last presentation you saw was prepared by Jerry Wang, Cristiana Leon Guerrero, Jan Part, Joyce Martin, Jessica Aguincepeda, and Eric Borja. We do have several requests for Spotify information if there's any. So to the last group, beautiful presentation, beautiful songs, and please share any information you have. It looks like we're just about to end our lunch break in a couple of minutes. We'll play a quick UOG video just to bring us in to the 12:30 mark. As a reminder, up next, we have a mindful moment with Jamela. And as we stated in your registration email, we encourage you to think of any questions or suggestions on how to have a mindful moment considering the different challenges that you face with your everyday social work life. So with that said, we'll play a quick, simple video, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Thank you for being my person. Your arms wide open, helping me to love again. Thank you for being my shoulder, listening closer, trusting you with everything. This journey ain't easy, so I'm grateful you're down to ride. I've fallen many times and not once have you left my side.
Come on.
Thank you.
여러분 대단히 고맙습니다.
Mas tanggalin na si Zilis Maasi.
On behalf of the Social Work Student Alliance, collectively, we would like to thank each and every one of you for your selfless dedication to the field of social work. Happy Social Workers Month and Viva Social Work!
And welcome back to the 2022 Social Work Regional Training Conference presented by the National Association of Social Workers, or NASW Guam chapter. Next up, we have a mindful moment with Jamela. For this session, you'll join us for an interactive mindful moment where you will have an opportunity to learn and ask about practices that can ease some of the challenges brought on by daily interactions and patterns we develop as hardworking social workers. We invite you to be curious, ask questions, and be ready to practice skills that can create the tiniest shifts in habits which have the potential to allow for significant changes in how we relate to stressors daily. For this interactive session, you are encouraged to turn on your cameras. This interactive session is led by Jamela Santos, who is also our Vice President of our NASW Guam chapter, a clinical social worker who provides behavioral health counseling to children, adolescents, and adults. Also a yoga practitioner, Jamela incorporates lessons passed down from all of her teachers to share tools to manage stress, regulate emotions, and facilitate healing. Presenting a mindful moment with Jamela.
Yay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thanks. Oh, yay, it's good to see more faces. I like seeing movement in the boxes with names on it. Yay, hi people, yay. So let me just give a couple of disclaimers here. As we go through some of these practices, I just want to make sure that everybody stays in tune with how you're feeling, your body, your breath. And if at any point you don't feel that comfortable, you might feel a little uncomfortable because maybe some of this is different, but if you feel like you're lightheaded or dizzy or just having a hard time breathing or whatever, just make sure you allow yourself to take a break and stop if you need to. And then also, I just want to say that I may not have all of the answers. Like folks are going to be asking me some questions today, hopefully, and I might not have all of the answers, so the solutions to what folks are dealing with. But I will just share with all of you the practices that I have learned and the things that I use on a very regular basis. So I want to just get started because we don't have that much time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call on my first two volunteers that I kind of voluntold just to start off and be able to demonstrate what it is that we're going to do here. So I'm so grateful that Michaela, Nicholas, and Ariane Prue are going to join me today. Oh, yay, there you are. So what they're going to do is they're going to ask a question or present a scenario to me, and then I'll be able to hopefully teach a practice that might be helpful in such a situation. So Kai, you want to go ahead and fire away?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I am a social worker.
Is it just
Hi, I
me?
just
I'm
want to
having
let
a
you know
hard time.
your audio is not really working right now. So if we can have you speak a little louder.
Can you hear us?
Audio is working in.
Okay. Jamela?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Hi, so we are also sharing offices with Connie Sayama. So I'm a social worker with Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. And this is our BSW intern, Miss Ani. So, hi, good afternoon. So with the work that we do here, Ani and I were discussing doing supervision. Sometimes it is stressful and fast-paced. So Ani, did you want to share a scenario?
Yes, so my first few experiences with the intake process was overwhelming and intimidating. Usually we don't know what lies outside of the doors, especially when there's a long list of people waiting to be seen. So I think for one of my first experiences, I recall an aggressive individual. It was actually my first time, and I just didn't know what to do. I was very confused at the moment. Like there were so many things going on, and I was trying to figure out what are ways we can help him calm down. What are ways that we can help him be more mindful? And there's just a lot going on through my mind, and the last thing I wanted to do was misinterpret information, and it was just a lot going on.
Yeah, so we were wondering, is there any way or any techniques that we can recenter and refocus ourselves before we go into the next session with the consumer?
Great. Okay, awesome. That's an awesome question and scenario, and a scenario that sounds so familiar to myself and maybe lots of you out there too. So what I'd like to do is teach you a breathing practice, and you can do it seated for sure. But this is a breathing practice that helps basically to reduce stress and anxiety. It calms the nervous system, and it helps with concentration and focus. And why this is important is because if you're feeling kind of stressed, or as you described, the aggressive consumer, you might be feeling in a little bit of panic mode. So maybe you're in, if you feel like you're in danger in any way, and whether it's small danger or big danger, your sympathetic nervous system is going to be on, right? So you might be in kind of panic, fight or flight mode. And what you want to be able to do is to quiet that and to turn on your parasympathetic nervous system, which is the one that allows you to kind of calm down, make better decisions, be better able to focus, to pay attention to the person that you're doing the intake with. So it's really important to be able to do breathing practices that help to not allow our sympathetic nervous system or our fight or flight mode to be on, because it's so much harder to concentrate when we're in fight or flight mode or freeze mode, right? And so another thing that's important also is if you were dealing with an aggressive client, then probably that person's own nervous system was activated, right? So maybe they were also feeling like they needed to defend themselves from some kind of danger, even though as a social worker and intake worker, you're probably not dangerous, but his brain is telling him, I need to protect myself. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you stay calm. You do things that help yourself to stay calm so that your client can kind of feel like, okay, this person's chill. I think I can chill, right? Like, I think I can calm myself down because they're calm. They're not panicking with me, right? So, so let's get right into it. I'm going to teach something called Nadi Shodan, and that's a Sanskrit term for basically channel cleansing or purification. And what it is an alternate nostril breathing practice. So, gosh, I totally didn't think about people having to wear their masks. So if it's safe for you to remove your mask, then you can try this with me if you're at home. If it's a little, we can figure these things out. And also I will be sending a handout so that folks can read about this, this breathing practice, okay? So the way that we're gonna start it is you're gonna take your right hand and you're gonna do your middle finger and pointer finger down so that your pinky, your ring, and your thumb fingers are up. And we can just practice here for a moment. So what you're gonna do is you're going to close off your right nostril with your thumb. And then when I say switch, you're gonna close off your left nostril with your ring finger. And that pinky is just there to support your ring finger. So it's just gonna be switching, closing off one nostril at a time, okay? And then I'll talk you through the breathing. Just make sure that you don't put so much pressure on yourself that it feels really stressful. If you're not getting it right away, that's okay. Just allow yourself to take time. Don't judge yourself. Just know that this is a practice that you can try. All right, so I'll just have us start off with regular breathing. If you want to close your eyes just to feel the flow of your breath, you can do that, or you can just look down. But just allow yourself for a moment to tune into your breathing. Good. Okay, so now we're gonna place our fingers up toward our nostrils. And what you're gonna do first is you're gonna close off your right nostril with your thumb. Okay, and then you're going to inhale on the left and then switch it, close off the left, exhale on your right nostril. And then inhale here too. And then switch. Close off the right nostril, breathe out of your left. And then inhale on the left. And then switch, close off the right, exhale on the right, on the exhale on the right, inhale on the left, on the right. And then switch. Exhale on the left. Inhale on the left. Switch, exhale right. Inhale right. Okay, just go ahead and keep switching at your own pace. You'll just be basically exhaling and then inhaling before you switch. And allow yourself to kind of, when you settle into feeling this flow, just take deeper breaths in and slower breaths out. Sometimes it helps to close the eyes, to just really feel the breath, and maybe you're feeling the sensation of the breath kind of behind your upper forehead. And again, just allow yourself to take time getting to know this breathing practice. This is supposed to promote calm, helps with focus, gets that parasympathetic nervous system activated, and that allows us to know that we're safe to calm down and relax. So just allow yourself maybe 3 more rounds. And then whenever you've finished the round, go ahead and lower your hand down and just do a few more rounds of natural breathing. Allowing yourself just to pay attention and notice anything different, if anything's different for you. Great. Good. So that is Nadi Shodan. Maybe some of you are already feeling kind of like, oh wow, I feel like relaxed, because I do. That helped me. Great. So that was our first volunteer question. Thank you, Kai and Ariani. I'm going to go ahead and invite anyone else who might have a scenario or a question. And then I don't know if we're going to have room for question and answer at the end, but we can go ahead and move on to anyone else. And I think what they want you to do is, if you have a question, just go ahead and unmute yourself and ask away.
I have a question. Can you hear me? Hello.
I think so. Yes, I hear somebody.
Okay. So my scenario is like if you come across like another professional who's not understanding the social work perspective, I guess the scenario is like how do you come to meet like in the middle when they're very strong about their perception and not willing to collaborate, even like if we try to collaborate with them? Like how would you deal with that situation?
Okay. So are you asking this question? That's a great question. That's a really good question. But I'm wondering if you're asking that question from the perspective of how to deal with that using some kind of breathing technique, because that's what I'm offering here.
Yes. In terms
Yeah,
of
okay.
like just like to ground yourself back so like you can better work with the individual.
Yeah, great. I like that. Okay, so thank you for that scenario. The breathing practice that I think that I would encourage folks to learn and practice is called, again, it's going to be a Sanskrit name, but it's called Ujjayi Pranayam, and that is just what we call victorious breath. And what I like to think about in terms of breathing practices is that we practice them as often as possible, and especially when we're first learning it, that we practice it when we're already in a calm state. And what that helps us to do is to better access that feeling of calming down or being more focused, because we've practiced it when we're calm. And so then it just kind of feels it's a little bit of a shorter distance to get to that point, as opposed to we only use it when we're upset or stressed out or feeling like high anxiety. So for this breath, you can practice it all the time, and I often use it when I'm on the road, because road rage is real, and not mine, but other people's, and it really stresses me out. So I'm always doing this breath, but what I find is that when I'm in a situation that somebody feels confrontational to me, then I'm using this breath to make sure that I stay grounded, like you said, grounded and calm. And so I will teach it to you. What this breath does is it slows the pace of our breath, which helps again to activate the parasympathetic nervous system. And this breath, when practiced regularly, also promotes mental clarity and focus. So the way that we are going to do this technique is I'll teach it to you in steps, because it's not always so easy for everybody to get right away. It took me a while to really feel like I mastered the breathing technique. So we're going to do it in stages, and basically what you're going to do, you're creating the sensation of the breath. It's going to feel like it's coming from the back of your throat or this kind of upper chest area, as opposed to when you breathe through your nostrils, you really feel, right? Like that sensation is here. But when you do victorious breath, it's like kind of this deep hollow sound, and you want to feel that sensation in the back of your throat. So sometimes the way that I teach people to do this is to think about fogging up a mirror, or if you're trying to clean your glasses and you go, right? You can practice that if you want. If your cameras are off, do whatever you need to do. But if you want to just go, and you feel that here, right? But what you're going to do is you're going to close your mouth so that that same kind of breath comes out of your nose. So you're going to go, right? You feel that? And then it's the same concept when you're inhaling, you're going to go, and it's a little bit more challenging to get the inhale, but if you just keep practicing, you can get used to it, hopefully. So again, we can try it with our mouths open and then closed. So it's like, okay, so give yourself time to learn it. And for this breath, it's helpful if you just kind of lightly place the tip of your tongue on the roof of your mouth. So just right behind your front teeth, that kind of helps to open up this back area so that the breath comes from the upper chest. Okay, so we're gonna do a few rounds. I'll just do it with you. And you can make your inhale long and your exhale long as well. It's helpful sometimes to make the inhale a little shorter and the exhale a lot longer. All right, so we can go ahead and practice our Ujjayi breath, inhaling and then exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. And again, just do your best to feel that sensation back here. Take your time breathing out. No need to rush the breath here. If it helps you to really exaggerate the sound, just to get a feeling for the breath. If it helps to kind of close your eyes or look down so that you can focus on the feeling of your breath, go ahead and do that. Just do a few more rounds on your own, at your own pace. Great, and whenever you're ready, you can come back to natural breathing. Yay, great job, everyone. So hopefully some of you can start to feel what that sensation is. And again, it takes practice. So if you didn't feel it right away, don't worry, just keep practicing. And I will send another handout on this exercise as well for people who want to read about it. Great. So if someone has a next question, I think we still have a little bit more time. We have like 20 more minutes, so keep those questions coming.
There was a question on the chat about what breathing exercises would you recommend for children?
Okay, that's a good one. Yes, so one of the breathing practices that I really like to teach children and parents, I guess too, because it's helpful for us adults as well, is belly breathing. And maybe some of you who are familiar with diaphragm breathing, maybe those of you who sing, I hear that diaphragm breathing is very helpful. So what belly breathing also does is it relaxes the body. And again, it relieves stress and anxiety. It strengthens our abdominal muscles because we're using our stomach. That is the hand on the belly exercise. And why it's helpful or good for children is because it calms them down. So if we have children who are really active and even children who feel anxiety, this belly breathing is really good because it helps the body to calm down. And this can be done seated or even laying down. And what I tell parents is that if their child is having a hard time sleeping, you can have like a teddy bear or a toy on their belly, and they can practice belly breathing, and they're going to watch their teddy or their doll rise up as they inhale and then come down as they exhale. So they can watch that happen on their belly. But basically, the way that we can try it out now is just make sure that you're seated so that your spine is able to kind of have some length, that you're not slouched down. And then if you want, you can place your hand on your belly or both hands if you'd like. Okay, and then you'll just start off with natural breathing, just inhaling and exhaling as you would normally. And then as you inhale, on your next inhale, you're going to expand your belly so that your belly's kind of coming forward, growing big as you take a big breath. And then as you exhale, your belly's going to contract. Belly button kind of comes toward your spine as you breathe out, and just let all the air out. And then inhaling, expanding the belly. Nice full breath in, and then exhaling, contracting. I know we kind of just had lunch, so if your belly is kind of full, then just not too intense on this one right now. Keep going a few more rounds, inhaling, allowing the belly to fill with air and expand. My tummy's making noise. And then exhaling, contracting. Good. And this feels really different, I think, for most people from the maybe top form of breathing that we usually do from our lungs. So usually our lungs lift and they fall. But this practice is different because we're allowing our diaphragm to have some space as we expand and contract the belly. Again, taking your time on each inhale and exhale. Again, this breathing exercise is really useful for helping people to fall asleep, or if you wake up in the middle of the night and you're feeling anxious about going back to sleep again, if you have any sleeping issues, then this has been very helpful. Nice. Okay, so let's just do a couple more rounds. Then when you finish that round, let's come back to natural breathing. Nice. Awesome. All right, so we probably have time for one more. If anyone has any questions.
May I
or
ask a question?
Yes.
This is Shirley. Hi, Jamela.
Hi. Hi, Shirley.
So, you know, social work keeps us busy and we deal with clients and we deal with issues. And so how do you calm yourself and be in the right frame of mind to be present when you get home? Yes.
Yeah, I'm home now. I'm home all the time. No, that's a good question. Was there more to your question, or?
That's about it, because you know,
yeah,
we have lives also, whether it's having kids, whether it's taking care of your elderly parents, whatever. We social work at home too.
Oh yes.
But how do
definitely.
you be in the right frame of mind when you get home?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I've heard so many great ideas that people have for kind of rituals or routines that they have to make sure they separate work and home. And yes, sometimes they very much overlap, and it's hard to separate. But it's useful, I think, to before you enter your house, if you have the opportunity to, you know, kind of just take some time before you enter into your personal or your home space, that you are very intentional and mindful of the space that you're leaving. If it's, you know, your office, or that drive from the office to home, or going from your car into your house, that as you make that transition, that you're mindful of it, right? This is where mindfulness always comes into play, is that you're intentional about, okay, I'm leaving the office and I'm driving away from that building, and I'm driving away from that last issue that was heavy on my mind, or the day. And then when you transition into this space where you don't want that work stuff or that energy to be anymore, then you understand that for yourself. You say, I'm going from my car, about to enter into my house, and I'm being mindful about how I'm going to enter into my home, right? And sometimes just that kind of conscientiousness by itself can be really helpful. Sometimes, people will do physical things like I've heard, and I don't remember which workshop I heard this from, but it was like so sweet and such a great idea. Like the person has a tree in front of their house and they touch the leaves and say, I'm releasing the day, back into nature, and it will be transformed into something. Right? That's one thing. And, another thing is you can physically like kind of shake things off of your body, wash your hands with the intention of washing away the day. And then I like to do like movement exercises that help to just like, even if it's super simple, like you're just stretching your neck and allowing yourself to kind of stretch out and release whatever it was that you were holding from the day. Those kinds of things are really useful for me. Thank you for that question, Shirley. And I think that we are coming to the last minute of this presentation. So thank you everyone for all of your questions. I guess if you have any more questions, you can just email UOG, they will forward it to me. And I'm going to be attaching the handouts for those two breathing practices that we practice together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for this interactive session, Jamela. As she mentioned, if you have any comments or questions, please feel free to share in the chat, or you can reply to our message, and we can go ahead and share them with Ms. Jamela after this. Our next session, we'll move on to our afternoon plenary session entitled Social Work Code of Ethics, Professional Identity and Empowerment, presented by Dr. Gehrard Schwab with the University of Guam School of Social Work. Dr. Schwab has been working in the field of social work for over 40 years. He earned his first degree in social work in Austria in 1980. After working with criminal youth gangs in Papua New Guinea for 5 years, he came to Guam in 1986. Subsequently, he earned master-level degrees in human relations, psychology, and in social work, and a doctoral degree in social work and in psychology from the University of Michigan. He has been teaching social work at the University of Guam since 1996. Recently, in 2019, he also earned his bachelor's degree in Chamorro Studies. In addition to teaching at the University of Guam, he also volunteers internationally with women's groups in the Philippines and in Thailand. Now he also collaborates with the Commission on Chamorro Language and is the project director for developing a bilingual Chamorro English school model for Guam. Titled Social Work Code of Ethics, Professional Identity and Empowerment, Dr. Schwab's plenary session will outline the historical evolution of professional ethics as a context for the development of the social work ethics. It will then briefly juxtapose several national social work codes of ethics and provide a summary of the global social work statement of ethical principles. The subsequent focus will be on how the most current NASW Code of Ethics defines and empowers the profession. The presentation will conclude with a brief discussion of newly emerging ethical paradigms affecting our profession and all of humanity. Presenting Dr. Schwab.
Thank you. I am blushing to see all my friends and my students. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much to everyone who contributed to making this conference possible. And I want to start thanking one of my tautamonas. He is my teacher when I was in social work education. I was a young man then, I was about 20 years old, and he was a philosopher, he was a radical, he was a rebel during World War II. He had thousands of refugees getting out of Germany. And he was just a wonderful teacher. And one of the things that I remember vividly of him is that he taught us, be reflective. Take time to reflect and really think and pray what you're doing. So, and he's in heaven a long time ago. But I just want to mention him because he taught me so much. And I also want to thank our shared professional Tautamonas, right? The books you all read from social workers, whether Jane Addams or Saul Alinsky, Paulo Freire, all those people before us who are dead now, we have learned the skill and the commitment and the knowledge of social work. So we have that shared link to the professional past. And of course, I want to thank my teachers here at UOG who welcomed me as a faculty in 1996, who have been my colleagues. Some of those esteemed colleagues have passed on and died. Some are retired, and a few of them are still working with me. And especially I want to thank my colleagues, the dream team of the University of Guam. I deeply appreciate and value being part of our team. And of course, our students, right? Students from way back, from last century, in 96, 97, 98, and the more recent students. I am honored and I'm deeply impressed and very happy and proud about the work you're doing in the field. I really, really am enriched by getting to know you at UOG, and I'm enriched and constantly being enriched by what you do every day. And also those of you who are here at the conference and I do not know personally, I thank you for your work because I benefit indirectly from it as well, right? We all work towards the betterment of our community, and I do thank you very, very much. And and I want to say one Chamorro sentence, right? I'm trying to learn Chamorro, so I want to. Many of you, or most of you, have heard this sentence many, many times, right? Matunahau entre todo y famalawan, right? This is one of a sentence of a very, very popular prayer in Guam, right? Matunahau, and that the word matuna is passive. I want to use the active, and tuna, the word tuna. Tuna means it's more than love, right? It's that combination of respect, trust, love, that we use very rarely. So I want to say, Hutuna Hamju, right? I want to say that very, very consciously and very strongly, right? Hutuna Hamju, because I really, really do. So the topic of today is a very exciting topic. The Code of Ethics. It is exciting. It is very important. And I would like to ask my colleagues to start the presentation now with the first slide. Thank you very much. And we can go to the next slide. So I will. So before we go into the Code of Ethics, I want to say a few words about professions in general. When you look up the word, what is a profession, right? The most superficial, quick definitions that we use is, okay, to be a professional, you have specialized knowledge and specialized training. You need to have school or training or something like that. When you read a little bit more and be more specific, then we also see that public recognition is critical. A profession is only a profession if it's publicly recognized. And if you read further, then it comes to the code of ethics. Professions do have code of ethics, right? Meaning that the professions agree how to use that professional knowledge, right? Like many things in life, we have something and you can use it to help or to hurt, right? Knives are great for cutting and cooking, and they can be very dangerous too. So professions develop code of ethics. Next slide, please. Then when we look at some of the early code of ethics historically, right? Most people say the first code of ethics is from the medical profession, right? Hippocrates, right? Who in the 12th century in what's now Iraq, Iran, right? Developed the guidelines for the medical profession. And it's still the foundation for the medical profession. Then in the United States, they kind of adjusted that code to the American context in 1847. And then, very interesting, all the other professions, beginning of the 20th century, developed their codes. Even, I was surprised seeing that myself, right? The code of ethics of the real estate profession. Very early, I think it was 1913. So 1913, and I read it, and the first thing in there is you have to be honest and truthful and transparent. I wanted to send it to Trump and say, read your code of ethics. Okay, then the journalist code, also very, very early, in the early 20th century. Engineering code in the 50s. Then our ethical standards for psychologists, we developed those right after World War II, when we learned from the mistakes of World War II, right? And then NASW Code of Ethics, that is 1960. You see it on the top, right there. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Now, when we look at that, so I tried to illustrate that. I tried to illustrate that with why we have professions, why we have codes of ethics. And the answer is actually very simple, I think. When we look at the last 1,000 years, right? And these are the years, the last 1,000 years or so. And then 1 through 8 is the global population in billions, right? So the first couple of 100 years till 1800s, there's very little or no change in the number of people living in our spaceship Earth, right, on planet Earth. So we had 1 or 2 code of ethics, the lawyers and the medical profession. Then as industrialization sets in, number of people in the 20th century, like 1900s and then going up there, right? You see all the professions started setting up their codes. And towards the end of the century, they all revised them. So we have those, I see those 3 phases. First, we didn't need professional codes of ethics because life was relatively simple. But then the more people we have, the more complex society gets. And then we have specialized knowledge to manage the living together of more and more people. And then the more people we get, the more complex society gets. So, and now we are approaching 8 billion people, right? That's a lot of people. So we are now kind of trying to adjust. How do we organize a world with so many people? And I mentioned that because code of ethics professions are a way of managing our living together as a society. It's an important glue that holds our societies together, right? So it's very, very critical for the future that we continue to able to manage this. And just on a side note, if you we get so used to it, and we live on such privileged place like the island of Guam, but like at the day of this conference, those 2 days, right? Those 2 days, the world population will increase by how much? Just those 2 days. Those 2 days, right? Today and tomorrow. The world population will increase by how much? Does anybody want to put a guess in the chat? Just 2 days. How many more people will there be on planet Earth at the end of the conference tomorrow night? Just any guess will it be? Yeah. No, not that many more, but it will be about 450,000, right? So 1 day is over 200,000. So 2 days, about 450,000, a rough guess, right? So that's a lot of people. And every day, right? Every day, right? The whole month, every day, 200. That's more than the people of Guam. So I want to put it in this context and remind ourselves, professions have evolved that we can manage a more complex society. And Guam society is very complex, very dynamic, very complex, right? Next slide, please. So, so that's, I think that's important to kind of contextualize this code of ethics. Now, when we look at the profession of social work in the American context, over the last 100 years, over the last 70, over the last 100 years, there are different strains of ethical orientation. Social workers with particular needs develop their ethical guidelines. I just want to mention the National Associations of Black Social Workers, right? Very important group because African Americans have a very particular experience in history, right? And they make particular contributions, and they have particular issues that for those white howlers like me, sometimes are very difficult to get, to understand, right? So very important, valuable contribution from the Black Social Workers Association. At the same time, we also have, look at this, right? 2017, they had the 76th Convention of Christians in Social Work, American Association of Christians in Social Work. That's a particular group of social workers who have a way of orienting their ethics, combining it with their beliefs, right? So 67th convention, that makes them 1950. So they started doing that right after World War II. And then also there's the American Board of Clinical Social Workers that also reflect a particular set of needs and aspirations of social workers. And they also developed what they think their most appropriate orientation. And then in 1960, what you see, the code of ethics from the NASW. At that time, it just was one page. This was the whole code, right? And now the code, depending on where you read it, the publication of the code, whether it's appendix in a book or the brochure, has 20, 30, or depending on the print, even more pages than that. Okay, so we have, next slide, please. On the next slide, we see that this is the current cover page of the code. This really has become the signature piece of American society and the institutional ecology of social work, like let's say the military social work, the Department of Health and Human Services, all the big social work institutions. That is their reference code. They all use this code because it has become the main orientation, the main pillar of American social work orientation. Okay, next slide, please. Now, in the next slide, I also want to say this is not just an American development. This is a global development, what is kind of parallel to American society. Like I gave just a few examples, right? The Philippine Association of Social Workers. When you meet Filipino social workers, right, they have their Filipino imprint on social work ethics, right? Then you have the Canadian Association of Social Work, right? And the interesting there at the bottom left of the slide, you see CASW and ACTS, right? Because Canada is a bilingual language, right? French and English, and lots of native languages as well, right? So Canadians, and then of course, Dr. Austria too, right? I'm Austrian, so I put in the logo of the Austrian social workers, and we also have our particular code of ethics is, and then Australian Association of Social Workers, and all of those together, right? I want to emphasize this. There is a global social work statement of ethical principles. That's in the middle of the slide. It's a very good, good statement, and it's an umbrella statement for all national codes, right? It's I think it's a very good statement. It's more general than the American one because it's broader. It recognizes African, Asian, European, American social workers. So I want to kind of say that so that we all in Guam see that we are part of a global profession. And I have been very privileged. I've been able to go to global social work conferences in Europe, in Asia, the mainland, and it's always imprinting experience to meet social workers from other continents, other cultures, right? And a few times I was honored to have trips with our students, right? So this slide I wanted to illustrate. There is we are part of a global ethical paradigm. Okay, next slide, please. I changed a little bit the emphasis of my presentation, and rather to spend more time on the global statement, I want to spend more time on the NASW statement because it affects us more directly. So first, what's the purpose? Why do we have a code of ethics, right? And let me say a few words about that. Number one, it identifies the core values, right? What values do you and I have in common as social workers? It summarizes the broad principles that are associated with those core values. And it helps us social workers to ask the right questions and helps us to think about those complex life situations of clients, about those complex relationships we enter and we try to manage somehow. And then number four, it is intended to give the general public a set of standards that they can hold us accountable and say, you social workers, what are you doing? Right? Very important document for the public that we can be recognized as a profession with a particular set of values. Number five, the code of ethics helps us to socialize new people in the field, right? People who have been gardeners, landscapers, or plumbers or electricians, they join the field. And then the code helps us to guide their switch over into another profession, right? And then number six, also very important, it helps us to see whether our behavior is unethical, right? It helps me to reflect what I did with my client. Is that ethical? Or what we are doing as a program, is that ethical, right? It helps us to determine and to assess to what degree our behavior may be unethical in light of those values and principles. Now, important, what the code is not. The code is not a law, right? Some conduct, some behavior may be unethical, but it is not illegal. Other behavior may be illegal, but it's ethical, right? So we need to be careful, right? That is two different things, right? It's not a law. It's not a law. And also very important, the code does not prioritize certain values over others. We cannot go to the code and say, okay, the value of self-determination is more important than the value of service, or the value of importance of human relations, or whatever, right? It does not prioritize which value trumps each value, right? Then the next one, also, the code of a profession does not guarantee that the members of the profession behave ethically, right? Now, always the code is it tries, one function of the code is, it tries to help us stay out of trouble, right? But more so, it's intended to be a orientation for everyday practice, right? It should help us to get through the difficult times and help us to do a better job. And at the bottom line, when you think about, when we look at in Guam, right? When you talk to people who have been in the field of social work for maybe 30, 40 years, what makes you hang in, what makes you persist, survive in tough times? It's the values, right? If you stick to your core values, there is nothing that nothing that can throw you off, right? If you are clear on your values, and if you know how to manage those values, right? If you know how to deal with conflicting values, then you're gonna do well in the profession. And that's, I think, from my point of view, the most important purpose of the code, right? To help us deal with everyday life challenges and make us better social workers. Okay, next slide, please. So on the next slide, we look at the core values that we have. Service, yeah, our primary goal, very simple, to help people who are in trouble, who are in need, help people in need, and to address social problems. So we work with people and structures, right? Very important. That is kind of a signature element of our profession. We work with people, we help people, and we address structures, societal structures. Social justice, we challenge social injustices. We challenge it. We're not just accept it, we challenge it. That's another core value. Then dignity and worth of the person is that we recognize and respect the intrinsic inherent dignity and worth of everyone, every human just being alive, everyone, right? Regardless of your passport or your money or your education or anything, right? Then also the fourth value is importance of human relationships. We recognize the importance and the centrality of human relations, right? Right? Issues and problems look very different if you look at them without taking into account the human relations, right? So we pay attention to the human relationships. Then integrity, right? We behave in a trustworthy manner, right? So we are authentic. We live a life that engenders trust as good as we can, right? I mean, we all make mistakes and goof up sometimes, but we try to live up to our mistakes so that the people around us can trust us, right? And they can trust if we make mistakes, make wrong judgments, we reflect on it and try to live up to it and do better next time. And the last important value is competence. So we social workers, we practice in the area of our competence. And we are humble enough saying, okay, sorry, I'm not good at that. I don't know enough about that. We need to ask somebody else, or if there's nobody else around, then we at least are honest enough and say, I'm still learning about this field. We can engage in it, but we need to be very, very careful and right? So these are the values with the ethical principle in it. I think this is a great set of values. Okay, next slide, please. So what I want to do now, through the next 5-6 slides, now we look at the standards. Now standards are more specific guidelines to a particular set of people. Now, in the profession here, people and groups of people and settings, right? In our code, we have a set of responsibilities towards the clients. We have another set of responsibilities towards our colleagues, I to you, right? You to me. In practice settings, the place where we work, right? Whether it's Ali Shelter, Catholic Social Services, DYA, all those settings. As individual professionals, then we have responsibility towards the collective of the social work profession. And we have a set of responsibilities towards the broader society, right? So I'm going to say a few things now to each of those, and then I will summarize what are the revisions. Very interestingly, I'm sure most of you know, in 2017 and 2021, the code has been changed, right? But there's no change in terms of values. There is no change in terms of standards, in terms of the direction of the standards, no change in the ethical principles. It's an adjustment to the changes in the environment. So and we'll talk about that later. But first, I want to go through it, through those ethical standards, and I want to do that, and I hope that I wish that it will make you feel proud about who you are, and it makes you feel affirmed about where you want to go in the future with your life. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please, and we look at the responsibilities of now commitment to clients, right? What does that mean, right? Let's say you work at and all the examples I'm using are examples. If there is a relationship to some of you in the audience, right? It's purely coincident, right? Like when I say you may work at DYA or DOE, then it's those people working in there. It's just an example, okay? So let's say for this one, responsibility to clients, right? In the code of ethics, for instance, assume you're working with a teenager troublemaker, right? You work with under parenthesis troublemaker, right? A teenager who has problems, challenges, and it's going very well. And then you meet his mom, and then you end up talking to the mom more than to the son, and then you find out she has she's a single parent, has another 2-year-old boy who is a high demand, high maintenance child with multiple issues, right? So you spend almost more time with her, and in the course of the conversation, you also find out she lives at Guahan and she has a secret boyfriend living with her who is wanted by the police in Washington State. Now, what does commitment to the teenager mean, right? You end up having 2 clients, right? Is now she your primary client, or is it the teenager? And what should you do with her boyfriend? Should you close your eyes, or should you report it, or what should you do, right? Right? These are the things that in this set of considerations, what they talk about. Or another example, you may work in a family service agency or in some eligibility office at Department of Public Health, and then you talk to this woman and you notice that she has bruises and she's gonna find out that she gets beaten up, right, by her husband. And then you think you want to call your friend at Vero right away, and that Alicia, and want to plan a exit plan so she can get away from this husband and divorce him and start a new life. But she says, no. I can handle him. I love him. He loves me. He just gets out of control sometimes. I can manage that. As long as I get these benefits from this program, we can manage, right? What are you going to do, right? Is the value of self-determination stronger than your professional judgment? Right? These are examples in this set of issues, right? The other ones are informed consent, your competence, cultural awareness, conflict of interest, right? Privacy, confidentiality, access to records, sexual relationship, physical contact, sexual harassment, derogatory language, payment of services, clients who lack decision-making capacity, interruption of services, referral of services, termination of service. These are the set of work aspects that are addressed here, right? I remember once when I was a client myself, right? And I had a social worker, and she changed, but there was no termination of services. I just was forgotten, right? And then I said, wow, that's not good. Okay, next slide, please. The next set is relations, responsibilities towards colleagues. Now, when in the next slide, we see that, thank you, you have responsibilities towards your colleagues, and I have responsibilities towards my colleagues, right? So these are about issues, for instance, you have a colleague and you know he or she is going to retire in a few years, and you notice that her or his work performance is dropping, and you smell alcohol several times. But when you ask your colleague, he says, no, everything is under control, don't worry. So what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do in an issue when your colleague seems to be impaired, has a drug problem, or goes through a difficult divorce, or whatever, right? These are some of the things, right? Or you are in clinical practice and you work with a woman who has challenges maintaining relationships with men, and for some reason she always hooks up with the wrong guys, and she tells you about some of those men, and then one of those guys who has been taking advantage of her and using her and abusing her sexually is a colleague of yours. Shucks. What are you going to do, right? So these are some of those things here. We need to respect our colleagues, confidentiality. How are we dealing with interdisciplinary collaboration, consultation, the whole issue of sexuality, impairment, incompetence, and unethical conduct of colleagues. And I mean, these points, somebody just was sitting down an afternoon and writing it up, right? This is the professional experience of decades. What we said, these are the issues that have emerged in the field. So every one of those comments, every one of those subtopics, of those 10 subtopics, is very well grounded in our professional experience. Okay. Number 3, please. Next slide is about the practice setting. Whether we work at the government or private sector, what are our responsibilities of setting? Let's say an example could be something like that. Let's say I have, right? Let's say somebody is a supervisor. One of you, I saw some supervisor from CPS, right? Or I can say, if I would be a supervisor at CPS, right? And we are hiring a new BSW student, and I'm her supervisor, and I'm thrilled about her. She's doing a very good job. Everybody's proud about her, how she works herself in and makes herself a name. And really, it's a win-win for everybody. And then you go to a rosary with your family, with your spouse and with your son, and then she is there too, right? So of course you sit next to each other and have a pancit or a red rice together, right? And then you introduce her to your son. Had a very nice evening, and then the next couple of weeks, you notice they call each other and they go out together and they start dating with each other. So the person you supervise in your agency dates your son. So what is your responsibility towards the agency, right? What's your responsibility as a parent? And right. These are some of those issues, right? Or another setting somewhere here. It's let's say if two, let's say you work at Catholic Social Services in a very good team, and you work very well with another social worker, and you become good friends, and the relationship develops very positively. And then you say, why don't we move in together and have an apartment together? And you help each other, you commit to your relationship, and it's really going very well. And you say, you know, this is our private life. We don't have to tell our supervisor and our boss, right? So they don't know anything, that you have become partners, intimate partners, and commit to each other's relationships. And then what happens? You get promoted to a supervisory position. So you are the supervisor, you end up being the supervisor of your partner. Or you could be any other variations of that. So what are you doing in a situation like that, right? When you are supervising or you are being supervised by your partner or by your spouse or by another family member, right? So how do you deal with that, right? And those of you who know me, right, you know I'm an expert at that, right? My spouse, right? My loving wife, right? We worked together for decades, right? And once she was my supervisor, and then I was her supervisor. So it was a conflict of interest, but we managed it it was not always easy for our colleagues at the university, but we managed, I think somehow we did the best we could, right? So these are those situations in the practice setting. Next slide, please. Now this about as professionals, right? That's another set of issues here, right? Let's say I have seen some of you work at the drug court, right? Let's say you are a professional at the drug court. You work with different people with drug problems. You work with men who violently have abused their familial relationships. And so that's your job and you like it a lot, right? And you are a parishioner, let's say, at the cathedral, basilica. And the basilica, the air conditioner broke down. So they need a chair to do some fundraiser for the church to get the money for the new air conditioner. And everybody points towards you and say, you're going to chair this committee. You are good at raising money. Say, okay. And then you say, okay, good. Put it out in the newsletter, announce it on Sunday at the church. There is a meeting at my house for those who want to help, who are willing and commit to raising $80,000 for this new air conditioner or whatever, right? So you get the drinks ready, the food ready for the meeting, and then who shows up? One of your clients, right? He's in the parish too, same church. He wants to make a contribution. So what is the professional thing there to do, right? Good. You need to think about that. And there is no one black and white answer, right? You most likely can handle it in different ways. Or a very good example, another one. You work with old people. You work in the Department of Senior Citizens, and you are a caseworker with old people, right? And you kind of accompany them as they get 70, 80, 90 years, and you know when people die, and you know you work with families, and very, very rich work, right? So you work with this one woman, and she's this lovely, lovely old woman. And you really care for her, and she appreciates what you do for her. And then she says, one day, she says, you know, you are such a good social worker. I really appreciate what you have done for me in all those years. You know, nobody knows, but I do have a secret savings account. And I'm going to die soon anyway, so I want to give it to you. And you can do whatever you want with it, use it for your family or whatever you want. But I really want to give it to you because you have been so good to me. Yeah, what's the professional thing to do, right? And those things happen, right? I mean, those things happen, right? So, and this set is, talks about competence, about discrimination, the private conduct, right? Here, dishonesty, fraud, deception, right? Impairment, misrepresentation, right? And acknowledgement of credit, right? Right? We need to be truthful. No plagiarism in social work, right? Okay, so that's responsibility as professionals, right? So we are friendly to our clients, right? But we are not their friends, right? So we need to be clear on that relationship. And this set here of this standard helps us doing that. Okay, next slide, please. Now this is towards the profession. Every one of us has a certain professional responsibility, right? So like We organize an annual social work conference to to be good social workers, right? But maybe another example is there is a grant, federal grant for a particular program to help mothers with their children, right? Kind of parenting training for teenage mothers or something like that, right? There's a federal grant, and then 5, 6 social workers are hired for 3 years to implement this grant. So you are one of them, and then you start working and working, and then one of your colleagues, she says, you know, if I'm honest, my mission in life is really because I'm born again, I met Jesus, and he tells me I need to save as many unborn babies as possible, and I need to help young people to get straight. I need to help homosexual people to get straight, right? So what are you doing with a colleague, with a professional colleague who says he or she is a social worker with those values, right? What, how are you handling this, right? So that's an example of we owe something to the profession, right? So that the public don't get the wrong idea, about what social work is, right? And I mean, over the time, I'm a social worker now for more than 40 years, right? I sometimes had people coming to me from the public and say, you know, you're social workers. They did that to my family, right? And they gave it to me, right? And then as I'm listening more carefully, right? Every time something like that happened, I had to say, I'm sorry, you're not talking about social workers. These are not social work principles. They are not social workers. They don't have a social work degree, and they didn't follow social work principles. So they're not. That's what they're doing. Is not social work. They may mean well. They try their best, but what they're doing is not. That's not social work, right? So that's the responsibility towards the profession, that we need to be authentic and challenge views and realities that put a wrong label on things and say this is social work, right? Like in popular media, right? Some of the images of social work. Okay, I just watched okay, number 6, please. Next slide. Now this is towards the broader society, right? This is about politics, policy making, and it's very, very clear, right? The standard is social work is a political profession, no question about it, right? Policy making, policy development, policy assessment, right? So an example, ethical challenge in there maybe. So there is a bill in the legislature, and you know this bill is going to do harm to certain people and groups of people, but the bill is sponsored by the spouse of your boss or by the brother of your boss or something with your boss, right? So you are thinking now, should I testify against this bill? Will it jeopardize my job or whatever, right? So in this standard, we talk about our responsibilities towards the broader society. Okay, next slide, please. Now, in the next slide, let me say a few words to what is new. Sorry, That is too fast. Can you go back, please? Yeah, this one. Thank you. What is what is new? The revisions of the Code of Ethics in 2017 and last year. They're basically two points, two themes, two topics, and they're spread throughout the code, right? There are another phrase here, there, but these are the two themes. Number one, and I'm so glad they put it in, finally. I think this was overdue for decades. They put in a very strong statement about the social worker's responsibility towards herself and himself, right? It's now in several spaces throughout the code. It says, you not only need to commit to your clients and to social change, and you also need to commit to yourself. Your physical health, your emotional, social health is critical so that you survive, that you do well, and that the people you work with have a good social worker. So they finally put that in. I'm really glad. I'm really glad. And they also put in that the agency where you work needs to make sure that you are healthy and have affirmative, safe, encouraging working condition, right? So self-care is extremely important. The other theme that is new, and it's also throughout the code at different places. They add a little sentence here, a little word here. But this is it. It's technology and social media. The term they use is technology-assisted social services. So, and that's covers it all. Your use of the computer at conferences, right? Use your cell phone, email, internet, social media, all of those things, right? So what the profession basically did is they said, okay, all those values and principles, they did not change. And they apply to your face-to-face interactions with clients, as well to your electronic interaction with clients. So confidentiality, right? Self-determination, all those values. It just makes it much more complex again, and difficult, right? And it says we have a responsibility towards, when we use those technologies, we need to know them, and we need to reflect on the ethical use of those technologies, right? And that's easier said than done, right? I mean, let's just think about, like, for instance, in Guam now, right? The Payless is promoting the Maulik, right? Maulik system, get rewards, point rewards, just give your card in there, your phone number, and then you get credits, right? If you consider that, it gives me goosebumps all over, right? You give Payless your phone number, and the computers now, they aggregate the data, how many strawberries you buy, the soy milk you buy, what kind of meat you buy. Everything is electronically stored, and together with your fingerprint to activate your phone, or your face recognition, and then those tech companies They have your face recognition, they have your fingerprint, they know what toothpaste to buy, what bread, what strawberries you buy. Your privacy is out the window. Now, what does that mean for clients, right? So we have big challenges ahead of us, right? Big challenges, how we're gonna deal with that. But you know, we do that another time when we talk about future ethics, right? We are running out of time. But let me do one more thing. Next slide, please. Now here, this is your test. These are the codes. These are the 3 professional codes of our Manielu, right? Professional brothers and sisters. Now, please choose which of the 3 is the social work code. Is it A, B, or C? They're all real code of ethics of real professions. So if you could just choose one of them, which one is social work? And if you just have one single choice, just choose A, B, or C. And then we'll see. The poll is going on now. If you would be so kind to just look at those and see which is the social work code. And then after the poll is done, I'll tell you what the other professions are. And then, okay. So please do your poll. Do your poll now. Oops. Okay. Okay, good. Maybe now I don't see the results, but I think we have we gave enough time for those of you who submitted the response. So I don't know, Camille, whether we can. Yeah, you'll get an A+. We do well. Yeah, B is the correct answer, right? B is the correct answer. A are the sociologists. Profession A are sociologists. And you see here their emphasis is on society, right? And C are psychologists, right? Their emphasis, if I put my hat on as a psychologist, right? Our professional struggle is, or was after World War II, how is psychology abused and misused? And then they use, so it's working with people and working with structures, and social work is in the middle, doing both. Okay, so, and you see that's why we get along so well with social scientists, right? Core values, we share a lot of core values with different emphasis. Next slide, please. I think we have one more slide. Then, yeah. This is, Tangkuluna si Diyos Masa para todo. Hamza, thank you all, maraming salamat po. And Kiriso Champur and all the other things I want to. We have a few minutes. We have a few minutes to talk, right? Is it? I just read the chat, right? Is it easy to?
Hi, Dr. Schwab. I can read the question for you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
so the
you,
first question
Amanda.
you have, no problem, Dr. Schwab. In your opinion, even with all the code of ethics and responsibilities within some of the scenarios, such as conflict of interest, is it easy to become a bad social worker? If so, how would you overcome in being a bad social worker?
Yeah, you know, it's very easy to make mistakes, right? I am sure every one of you in the field was offered something that you felt, I shouldn't accept that. Or you were tempted to say something or do something, and it's very, very easy to happen, and it will happen. And there is no black and white answer. My advice is reflective practice, right? Reflect on it, and you can't do it alone, right? You need to have people you can talk to, right? Ideally, agencies provide professional supervisors, professional people you can dialogue with, right? But it's you want to be a good social worker, be humble, be respectful, and question yourself, and then be grateful for what you can learn from your clients. That's very important. Be grateful for what you can learn from your clients, and have friends, have competent friends you can talk to and you can listen to. Sometimes it helps if you just talk and hear yourself. Sometimes it helps when you hear critical questions of others, and we all need others. You cannot be a good social worker alone. That would be my fina deni, my response.
Thank you so much for that response, Dr. Schwab. As a reminder, if you have any questions for Dr. Schwab, you can share it in the chat. I know we are coming up just about to the end of your time. We have about 10 minutes, but do we have any other questions or comments we want to share before our time is up?
Maybe as you think about some questions, I didn't talk about enforcement, right? If maybe until some questions come in, I say a few words about how do we enforce it, right? Is that okay, Amanda?
Sure.
Okay. Now, as I said, this is not a law that you can call the police and say, okay, go and take him down to Ghana and jail him, right? A couple of things. If you feel there is an unethical behavior, or you want some social workers, they do a self-reference. They say, what I did was that unethical, right? But there is the National Association of Social Workers does have an ethics board where you can complain, and they're very good. They're very, very good. Good people in there, and then the intention of this is this National Ethics Committee. They really want to help people to improve practice. They're not there to punish, they're there to help, right? And a couple of limitations. Number one, the unethical behavior has to be, there is a time limit, right? If it's something happened 2 years ago, you can't do anything. It has to be within 1 year, number one. Number two, you cannot complain about somebody who is not a member of NASW, right? Very important. That cuts out a lot of people, right? Because the association is they're only dealing with people who are members and who have kind of declared, we're going to follow this code of ethics. So these are two important decisions, right? Are two important limitations. So if you then say, yeah, I want to file a complaint about somebody, then the national office will first verify that the person you want to complain is a member of NASW. And then once that person is a member, then they will invite you to fill out the documents, and then they will, what happened, you need to describe it, and the complainant and the respondent, they will sign a confidentiality declaration. So they only deal with this if you promise you're not going to go to the PDN or to KUM and tell them about it, right? So once you have the complainant sign this confidentiality statement and a specific description and your interpretation how which standard was violated, then they're going to deal with it. And depending on what it is, whether it's a sexual misconduct or whether it's you took the savings account of that old person, whatever it is, then it goes to either mediation or it goes to I forgot the right term, where they then basically just adjudication, right? Where they then just say, okay, this is like a court hearing. Okay, you violated this, and then when they find out it is a violation of certain standards, then the national committee will say, okay, we ask you to give back the savings account or give it to the children, or they may say, okay, you need to attend training to that those things don't happen again, or they may sanction you, and they may be able to terminate your membership. And the most serious sanction is they're gonna put you on a blacklist and inform governments and regulatory bodies and saying, Dr. Schwab violated this standard of ethics. If you ever intend to employ him, be aware that he violated this and this ethical standard. And I most likely would have a hard time to
Hi, Dr. Schwab. I actually do have a question related to that talk. But what are some of the steps for social workers who want to make a complaint but fear retribution from the social work community or profession as a whole?
Yeah. So the question was, what they want to make a complaint, but they're fearful of the repercussion of other social workers or of the profession. You know, I think that's with every complaint, right? There's always that fear. When my girls complain about me, they always fear what I'm gonna get back at them. So, but in the professional field, I think I would say the same thing. Talk to your trusted friends and figure out and then look at different options and stick to your core values. Stick to your core values. I think the complaint, if the complaint is just a complaint to get back at somebody because you're upset or hurt, is different than you complain about somebody and you really want to have that person to improve their work, mediate the relationship, do better, make peace, ask for an apology, and offer your heart to do that, right? So if you can flip it into a constructive, positive way, then I think that's the best thing we can do. And I just think it's sometimes we just have to take risks, but always stay true to your values, and you will, I think you will succeed in bringing your point across. And that is where we all need good colleagues, right? And we can make a judgment and say, you know, this conflict is worth it. This is important, and I'm not gonna go away from this. I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna raise the issue. Or you say, you know what? This is not a conflict. That I have more important things to do. And these are decisions that only we can make as individuals. But I encourage everyone. I should do it every time when I have those decisions to make. Right? I always talk to some people and say, how do you see it? What is that? And just remember, your opponents or the people you want to complain about it sometimes turn out to be your best teachers, or where you can learn the most. So that's what that would be my response.
Thanks for that, Dr. Schwab. We're actually coming to the end of our afternoon plenary session, but if you have any questions, please feel free to share it in the chat, and we can make sure that Dr. Schwab gets those questions and thoughts. But with that said, thank you, Dr. Schwab, for, in your words, your finideni and food for thought for this great afternoon plenary session. We'll be going into a short 10-minute break before we move into our final session, the concurrent session for the day. So once again, thanks, Dr. Schwab, and we'll see you all in a bit.
Thank you, everybody. Very kind of you all. Thank you.
I believe that the theme really resounds around the fact that we have really have been challenged the way we provide services to our clients, the way we meet them. It has really changed dramatically. I mean, for instance, like we used to have them come into our office, schedule the interviews in our office. Now everything, the pandemic has changed that, you know, we have to go through technology and go through the changes of having to do everything virtually. We've kind of lost the connection to our clients on a one-to-one level. So the challenge, I mean, the theme really provides us with hope that, you know, social workers are very unique people. They're very resilient. They find ways to make things happen despite the challenges. So I think that the theme really resounds around it's difficult, but there's hope. And if we continue to work together, try to meet each other and support each other, especially with the isolation in the very beginning of COVID, right? We were very, very isolated. We worked from home, which was very, very difficult. So we really, even within our colleagues, we lost that kind of connection on a one-to-one basis. So hopefully this theme will train us to provide us with hope and continue being the resilient creatures that social workers are.
So this year's theme for the NASW conference is really talking about how for the last couple of years we've been dealing with COVID, the pandemic, and all of the different changes that have been happening. So I think that, you know, we're hoping that things are coming to an end or kind of stabilizing, and so this is a time where we get to still, of course, grieve all of the changes and the losses that we've experienced in these past couple of years, but it's also time to grow from it and to start healing, and to, you know, this is why we talk about coping through crisis, because in many ways, we are still in crisis, and the crisis can last for many, many years after, as we feel the effects of this. And so just being able to feel our resiliency and know that we are capable of healing and capable of growing stronger through this, that's what we were thinking about for this year's theme.
Well, coping through crisis and resilience. That's pretty much what we do as social workers, dealing what comes to us in regards to service. Just being that, working with these social workers, my colleagues, so is a very special thing. I mean, it takes special people to do what we do. In resilience, it takes a lot. It takes a lot, not just the fact of the profession, but being a human being to do what we do.
For me, it means that there's still hope in our community when it comes to the homelessness population and those who are suffering through trauma. And especially with this pandemic, I've seen miracles happen, really, with the social workers I work with, the clients that I helped pick off on the streets and move into temporary placement to permanent housing. I've seen miracles done, really. And it's all because of the efforts that we put out there for the community.
It means a lot because, as you've probably seen, we have a lot of new ones coming into the field of social work. It's not an easy job. We hope they continue to stay within our population. But I think with the past 2 years and the pandemic happening, this time we're hoping to break through. As we've overcome it, now we're breaking through with it. And we're going to band together the social work community again, and not just through this trying time, but even thereafter.
I think this year's theme is very fitting, especially for the pandemic that we're in. It's truly social workers who rose above the occasion to really be resilient in our community and help truly save lives.
It means that despite all of this that we're going through in this pandemic, us social workers show up and continue to be resilient to help the people of our island.
So I want to say that social work hasn't really changed because social work is really about constant change. The work that we do in social work is that we always expect that people are going through something at all times. And so even though I wouldn't say that social work has really changed through the pandemic, I would just say that something that is a little different is that we've done a lot of things online, and in some ways that was really difficult to shift to do everything through technology and to meet people on screens and really just get to know people from like the chest up. So technology is something that's really different, but in a way it has also, connected us in ways that we never thought we could be connected. So it's been safer to meet in big groups with each other. And with people that are, in different states, we can have meetings with somebody even if they're traveling off island. So that's something that's a little bit different. But otherwise, social work is always just going to be about constant change and being able to expect that.
It's changed a lot. I mean, a lot of our services have been on hold. Our people have shifted by the economy, by the fact that the effect of COVID and losing loved ones, the anxiety of even the fact of the pandemic itself, and the change in the community within our government. Resources are really tight. As social workers, we try to find every avenue to provide the services that our people need, and to help one individual at a time is all we can do to the best of our ability.
I want to say that social work for me has changed as a much needed profession, and much needed as in there's so many clients out there that's suffering from homelessness, drug abuse, sexual assault, sexual abuse, that there's not much social workers on Guam to help due to, there's too many clients and less of us. But that's the great thing about social work, and the beauty of it is it helps us handle these cases that not a lot of people would like to handle. You know, we work with the people, but not everyone is willing to help or work with, you know?
Unfortunately, I was gone for 2 years, but I did see how that changed in Big Island in Hawaii and how it affected my colleagues here on Guam. A lot of things had to be teleworked. But the point is that social workers were still available, they were still resourceful, and they still helped out the populations that they serve.
Say work, social, social. I say social, you say what? For being my person, your arms wide open, helping me to love again. Thank you for being my shoulder, listening closer, trusting you with everything. This journey ain't easy, so I'm grateful you're down to ride. I've fallen many times and not once have you left my side.
kamahal. Thank you.
여러분 대단히 고맙습니다.
Mas tanggalin na si Zilis Maasi.
On behalf of the Social Work Student Alliance, collectively, we would like to thank each and every one of you for your selfless dedication to the field of social work. Happy Social Workers Month and Viva Social Work!
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Social Work Regional Training Conference presented by the National Association of Social Workers, NASW Guam Chapter. We will now move to our concurrent sessions. Today, we have 4 tracks, and our team will go ahead and display those tracks on the screen right now. Breakout Room 1 is Social Work Student Advocacy, focusing on social work salaries, the lifetime ban on welfare benefits for drug offenders, and justice for sexual assault survivors, led by Dr. Diaz and the UOG BSW Senior Cohort. Breakout Room 2 is Family Violence, Historical Trauma, and the Chamorro Mangafa, led by Dr. Lisa Linda Natividad. Breakout Room 3, Crisis in Our Streets, a profile of Guam's homeless in 2021, will be led by Sarah Thomas Nedadog and Arthur Paulino. And lastly, Breakout Room 4, Finding Your Voice and Bearing Witness to Healing, Butterfly Medicine, led by Dr. Richard Carrillo. We're going to now open our breakout rooms, and please feel free to move to the breakout room or track of your choice. If you're having difficulty moving to the track of your choice, please feel free to contact our UOG Global Learning and Engagement team via the Zoom chat, who can assist you